Okay, here we go. We call the meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you everybody for joining us for the May 20th, 2024 Credit River City Council meeting. We'll begin by approving or amending the agenda. Is there any changes to the agenda tonight that anybody would like to propose?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move agenda 3.4 and the consent agenda down to general business, please.
Okay, we will move 3.4 to 7.8 under general business. If there's no other changes, I would take a motion to approve the agenda with the one noted change.
So move.
Thank you, Jay.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Leroy. So I've got a motion and a second to approve the agenda with the one change. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Do we have a sheriff's deputy here tonight? Nope. So we will skip sheriff's report. Move on to consent agenda. Those items on the council agenda are which are considered routine or non-controversial are as included as part of the consent agenda. Unless a council member specifically requested an item on the consent agenda be removed and considered separately, items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion, a second, and a vote. Any item removed from the consent agenda shall be placed at the end of general business. Tonight on a consent agenda, we've got 3.1, the May 6th, 2024 council meeting minutes. 3.2, designating mayor as official representative for mediation, excuse me. And 3.3, resolution 2024-20, approving transfer of funds. Is there anything?
3.3 stayed.
Yep.
I stand.
Is there anything else anybody wishes to remove from consent and discuss separately? Otherwise, I take a motion to approve consent.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Jay. Motion and a second to approve consent agenda with no changes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. The public forum is intended to afford the public an opportunity and to address concerns to the council. The public forum will be no longer than 30 minutes in length, and each presenter will have no more than 5 minutes to speak. Topics of discussion are restricted to local governmental topics. The council may discuss, but will not take formal action on public forum presentations. Kathy, do you have the list of those who signed up to speak in open forum?
So you did.
All right, so we do have a big list of people that want to speak here tonight in open forum. So we are going to hold the timer to the 5 minutes and the 30-minute time limit here. So I will ask that if you're here, I see probably some of these people on here probably to talk about the city hall. If you did send an email and have new points, that's great. But if you're just going to repeat what you sent your email, we've council's all received that. So you might want to, maybe step aside and let somebody else speak too. That's up to you. I'm not saying that you have to do that, but we do have a big list of people. So we'll begin in the beginning here. Luke Letty, I think you're first.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Letty. I'm from the Great Fox Estates. First of all, I just wanted to thank the board members for the time they gave me to speak with them this last week of this project to get a little bit deeper in terms of the proposals and things that have been set up. Obstacles.
Luke, is that green light on? Hold it down.
Hold the square button down, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You're good.
Anything now?
No,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
All right, cool. But thank you. Just here to voice my stringent opposition to the two proposed sites north of 190th on either side of Texas Avenue. I hope we can all come to the same conclusion that this project needs to be built off 185th Street on the east side of Texas Avenue. It's the only obvious place for the future of Credit River's ever expanding industrial complex and warehouse. Several obstacles have been brought to my attention that need to be sorted out. The current proposed site puts a large building and industrial facility in a site that should be reserved for its intended use, either agriculture or 2.5 acre lots dotted with custom homes. With the cost to build a home in this area from, well, $1 million to millions. Who wants to build theirs next to this? Nobody. When the land next to this ever expanding city industrial complex and warehouse does not sell in the future, I believe it will just be rezoned to fit in more light industrial and commercial buildings. This is just not the right spot. I would ask that you stop investing time and valuable taxpayer resources on these two sites. Once the ground is purchased and the plans are put in place, it's hard to put the train back in the station to load the passengers. Build this off 185th. Site seems to be of primary interest because the landowner's willingness to sell at this time. We've been informed and all know the cost of materials and labor go up every year. Last I checked, we're growing at a pretty good clip, so it seems like we're likely to keep up with those cost increases through the expanding taxpayer base. The need is undoubtedly needed at some point to build this. First, make sure that you're not building this ever expanding city industrial complex and warehouse in an area that will no doubt affect the existing homes in the immediate area by millions of dollars once the full effect of this project is felt. Build it off 185th. If the city finds no willing sellers to put this project where I think we all know it was intended, I will be in full support to use eminent domain to keep the city planners from making a huge mistake. Build off 185th. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Luke. Rick, you're next. No, she's the light way down the list.
Hello, my name is Tina Mishka, and I would like to speak on behalf of a growing number of concerned citizens. The group that I'm representing tonight is called Credit River Rural Alliance. We have been encouraging our representatives to work on a vision statement since the fall of last year. We thought it would be prudent again to call attention to this effort when at the last council meeting on May 6th, another $25,000 was proposed to set aside for the planning of parks and trails. Later tonight, you will be hearing from a professional organization proposing to develop in our very desired community on the northeast side of Credit River. And I noticed that even they had a vision, a mission statement to help us understand their intentions. So what is our vision? What is our mission? Tonight, I will reread the vision and open up the survey that was again presented earlier this year. You have heard from over 400 of us, and we will work on an even larger number of citizen voices. Tonight, I'm requesting that our city administrator add in the meeting minutes these two versions of the vision for records free of charge. For your convenience, we will email the city later tonight for the following statements. For those in the room that would like to see these statements, hopefully you'll be able to find them in the next meeting minutes, or feel free to Google Credit River Rural Alliance. Our two visions. The city of Credit River promotes and encourages lifestyles and land use practices that protect the rural character and natural environment of the area, and works diligently to ensure that open spaces, views and vistas, wildlife and water resources are preserved. This will be accomplished through the careful land development and stewardship, as well as continuing to provide a responsive government and cost-effective services. Or another vision statement could be the city of Credit River promotes and express local preference for a high quality, low density residential community, along with the preservation of the natural environmental features and rural character, which provide a unique and valuable setting and housing opportunity within the Twin Cities metropolitan area. The goals and policies set forth by the city act to sustain and further enhance our rural residential style of development with a mix of agricultural lands and open spaces. Such goals might include to protect the general welfare and individual choice of Credit River residents, to retain low density, semi-rural character of the city, to preserve and maintain a community of single family housing while providing a range of housing opportunities, to protect and maintain the natural environment resources throughout the community. Example, limited deforestation and destruction of wetlands. To include substantial resident input on proposed land use zoning changes, and amend the Met Council 2040 plan to meet the city's vision statement. That is it. So again, hopefully, if you guys want to see that vision statement, our city administrator will have that in the meeting notes next week for you. If you have any questions, again, go Google our group, Credit River Rural Alliance. Thank you.
Rick, did you have something else?
Yes.
You're up.
My name is Rick Hassick, owned 10 acres on Webster Court for 30 years. My wife and I operate the Lost Eden Orchard, apple orchard at that facility. Recently with the Summergate activity that has since gone away, I also joined the Credit River Rural Alliance. And as you know, we put together a survey that was several hundred residents put that together, and we presented that to the council. I think at the last meeting, there was a discussion about spending thousands of dollars to get outside contractors for looking into a strategy for the city, a vision for the city, and even parks. And I'd like to ask that the council go back to the information that was gathered by our group, by the residents, and really look at the information. We were given an opportunity to present, and we were told that we would have an interactive meeting where we could discuss not only the survey, but the survey results. But instead, we kind of got filibustered with that council made us do it sort of presentation, and we never really had that discussion. I'd like to ask that we do have that discussion with the council. As Tina said, the Rural Alliance has reopened that survey. And for any resident who has not taken that survey, we do ask that you go there and look at the survey and give your input to that information. And we'd like to ask that we get the opportunity again to really discuss that in detail and have an interactive discussion with the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
If you Google Credit River Rural Alliance, it'll come up. When you go to the website on the homepage, you'll actually scroll down a little bit and you'll be able to see that we reopened the survey. Click on it and it'll open up the survey for you. It'll be a Google survey. You will be required to put an email in there to verify that you're a real person, but it will not be shared or
All right,
connected with your data.
Rick, we need to keep rolling. Carrie, you set in the wrong spot for somebody who has one leg. The clock doesn't start till you get up here.
Yeah.
Don't hurt the other one.
Yeah. Oof.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Carrie Thayer and I live on South Fork Drive. And I have a couple points to make. I've contacted the city about ordinances not being enforced. And some of the feedback I got is if the city wants to start down this path, then we would need to increase our staffing and legal budget to do so. Another one is, while the ordinance is in place, there are several additional steps that we need to take before we could begin enforcement. This includes an update of the ordinance to ensure that it references the appropriate city authorities and not township authorities to make sure we have the appropriate legal backing to take any action. With our limited staff, we are working as efficiently as we can to address the items, but we have a lot we need to do to get established as a city with the proper ordinances, policies, and processes in place to handle all city affairs, which includes code enforcement. We are not in a position to yet begin the next step of enforcement. So my question is we're spending $21 million on a city government space, but you can't do the basic thing the city's supposed to do with code enforcement. Seems we're putting the cart before the horse. And this has been an ongoing issue since last fall. And I noticed nothing's changed with the ordinances. Nothing's been updated to ensure that we can take that legal process, and nothing's been done for it. So I just ask that we take a step back and slow things down and do what a city needs to do before we go and spend all this money. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Phil. So next I have Betty. I can't read the printing the last name there.
Hi. My opinion is, when I moved out here almost 30 years ago, we have 5 acres. Most of us on our whole block are all retired. We're on fixed incomes. bringing this in at this time is not a good time. As far as I'm concerned, I just found out about this. This feels sneaky. And even in this area, which is not a good area for it. This is already a busy road. But I feel like we voted you in to keep us rural, and I feel like you're not doing your job. So just don't forget when it comes voting time. Thank you.
Tom?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tom Bryant, and I live at 7697 Crestview Drive. I'm here tonight to follow up on the comments and questions I raised during the open forum session at the May 6th council meeting regarding the proposed government center complex. While some of my questions were answered from the presentation made that evening, many were not. On May 8th, I emailed the city council members and the city administrator with a list of questions, and I highlighted those that were not answered. In my email, I requested answers to the outstanding questions, that we be informed of dates for future open houses or other meetings so that residents can be informed about this government center project, and that the city make communication to citizens and receiving feedback from residents a top priority, but I have not received any kind of reply from the city council or the city administrator. At the May 6th city council meeting, residents were told that the city council has not made any decisions about the new government center. However, the city has retained an architect for the project, proceeded with a space needs analysis, focused on 2 potential sites, and in the agenda for tonight's city council meeting, the council is being asked to adopt this resolution to transfer $1,614,000 from the general fund to the capital fund to be earmarked to buy land for the new government center and for other government center costs. Moreover, the agenda packet includes budget planning for next year and has this slide that sets a course to increase revenue for future construction of the government center, raise the levy to meet future bonding needs for the project, and asks for a date to begin construction in 2025. In other words, significant decisions have been and are being made without the full and transparent communication to residents and providing opportunities for public feedback. Besides the need to prioritize direct communication to residents through open houses, workshops, or other meetings, there's another solution for resident input and feedback that is allowed by this city council's bylaws. That solution is found in section 1102 of the bylaws, which allows the council to, and I quote, establish advisory committees to monitor significant issues in the community of ongoing concern. While the city has a planning commission, we believe a special advisory committee made up of citizens and perhaps 1 or 2 council members is of critical importance regarding a new government center complex. An advisory committee under the bylaws is allowed to meet with the city council in a public workshop to discuss goals, objectives, mutual concerns, and ask questions, while also making recommendations for the council to consider. Now, the scope of this advisory committee, if approved, could include the following. First, review the space needs analysis prepared for the city so that we understand office space needs and requirements and public works needs for the small rural community in which we all live. Second, explore how services are provided to residents and how the city pays for such services. For example, and as an alternative, rather than constructing a public works building to house a fleet of new snowplows and hiring drivers and mechanics to operate and maintain the equipment, reach out to other snow plowing contractors for bids to plow the city's streets. Third, determine the amount the city would need to borrow in the form of bonds to pay for this project over the 3 phases. Fourth, calculate how much this project would cost residents in the form of their higher property taxes. And fifth, regularly communicate all of this information to city residents. You've already heard tonight, people do not know about this project. So this is our ask. We ask that the June 3rd City Council meeting agenda include an item to discuss and create a citizens advisory committee to be tasked with the scope of items I just outlined, along with any other relevant duties. And assuming the council approves the creation of this advisory committee, I would volunteer and submit an application for appointment to the committee. Thank you for your time and your serious consideration of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. We got David Cooper, is it?
I'm good, actually. Mine was just about transparency.
All right, thank you. Brittany Domer.
Same here.
Okay. Ted, is it Samuels? Okay. Kevin Grimm. That's the end of the list that I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak in open forum? Okay, go ahead and stand up.
Hi, my name is Corey Tate. And I don't have a prepared statement, but I'm here to talk about the next agenda item, which is the tradition development that's proposed on 185th Street and Judicial Road.
But ma'am, can you spell your last name again?
Tate, Tate.
Okay, thank you. And then
Okay.
what's your address, real quick?
I am right across the street from this place, 9801 185th Street East.
Thank you.
Okay, and I just came upon this about a week ago, so many of us in this neighborhood are all in shock over this. I feel that my understanding is from coming to the meeting Thursday night, that we are mandated to get more density more density in homes and stuff at some point in some areas. Is that correct? Who mandates that? Is that the Met Council or who is that?
Yes.
That says we need to get more high density developments.
So to that point, an area generally around and north of County Road 21 has been in the long-term sewer service area of the Met Council for almost 25 years now. And in that area, they would say average density of around 3 to 5 units an acre.
So it's becoming a city is letting.
It's nothing to do with becoming a city. It was happened
Bringing in
25
sewer to
25 years
establish.
ago. They put us in that.
Well, they
designation.
put us in that, yeah, everybody, 2 lots over both north and south of the road in a quarter about down to 91 are in the one on 40. With those of us without 40 acres were grandfathered in. I realize that. But the sewer and water was not supposed to come from Lakeville. They always said it wasn't gonna happen. Now, my understanding is they've been approved that they said they would bring it in. But my concern is the density of this proposal is just insane. It's 218 houses on 77 acres once you take, or 87 acres once you take away the wetlands and so forth. And they tell you that it's 2.5 houses per acre. When you figure it out, the square footage of the lots, they're talking about 76 by 130, the largest lots, that's 988 square feet. An acre is 43,560 square feet. We're talking about 4 to 5 houses per acre if you put those houses in. Now, I'm sure what they're doing is they're adding in all the roads for the acreage to add that into there, but let's know what we're looking at here. Then the smaller houses those are the ones that are overlooking the park on the north side. The smaller houses are more like 64 by 125, so 8,000 square feet. You might as well live in South Minneapolis, folks. I lived there. I lived in North Edina. They're 50 to 60 foot lots, and that's what you're proposing here. So 218 houses in that little area. The other point is, we've been there 36 years, probably 25 some years ago. There was a development, Towering Oaks, everybody knows that, off of Judicial Road, down the road further south, okay, on Judicial. That was proposed, there was like 86 acres, something like that. They were gonna go to 2.5 acre lots because of course it had to have septic and so forth. That got ruled out because Judicial Road would not handle that much traffic. They ended up selling, I think, 13 5-acre lots. But you're talking about one access. This proposal, and you'll see it when he presents it tonight, there's one access onto Judicial Road for 218 houses. There's a right turn on and off onto 185th Street, which is just a little bit east of the left turn lane where you're gonna have people go out to the right, move across to the left lane, move across to the turn lane and try to do a U-turn to go back to 35W. And that's gonna happen there. And I mean, I lived through 1999 when we had 10 fatalities along this road in front of our house. And you're asking for trouble with that right on, right off if they're gonna be able to do that U-turn real fast. So the other thing is you're gonna look at a Judicial Road, 185th Street stoplight. It's gonna have to. And you're also gonna have this one entrance on Judicial which is a little road that the east side now, because of the townhomes in Lakeville, has a curb and gutter. The west side has a little bit of a shoulder and a drop off. Now, I imagine they're gonna put curb there if they do this development, but you've got one access for 218 homes coming out here. 218 homes, you're gonna have 400 cars. Easy,
About 30
easy.
seconds left,
what?
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, you're gonna have all this traffic coming out, trying to get on to. Trying to get on to, to 185th Street or get out of that neighborhood. So I think my point is here. I don't know what the mandate is to develop density, but isn't this density on these 80 acres, 80 few acres, isn't that too dense? To make it our Credit River. What we want to see in Credit River is nice areas, nice homes. We understand that, but not packed. Where there's, the mandate is 5 feet from the house has to end 5 feet before the lot lines. So 10 feet, you're in your next door neighbor's house. Do we really want to go there?
No.
I don't, that's my point. So thank you for letting me.
Okay, we probably have time for one more open forum if anybody wants to speak.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Amy Byrne. I am an attorney with Helmuth and Johnson here on behalf of South Passage Homeowners Association. They are on the general business for tonight on line 7.3. First want to ask for permission to speak now, or if it is preferred by the council to speak later during action item 7.3.
Rather you speak now, please.
Not a problem. So I would just like to introduce myself as the legal representative for South Passage. And ultimately, I think at this point, there's more information that needs to be produced to the association, not to cause any issue to the residents that live there or push this back to a later date, but we would like some more transparency. And so I request on behalf of the association just to table any decision-making for tonight and to push that back until we at least make a record request to the city and or have an opportunity to meet with the city administrator and city attorney to go over those issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a couple minutes left. Anybody has got anything else quick to say? Going once, going, sir.
Kevin Cherningle, last name TJERNAGEL. Address 7031 167th Street East. I think it was asked at the last council meeting, and I'm just wondering if we have an answer, but does anyone have any idea of the increase on the taxes for like a typical, I don't know if you gotta do like a $300,000 or whatever the average houses for the new proposed facility, government center. I know it was asked last meeting.
I don't know.
We're not that far.
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten that far down the path of
Okay,
this to have that type of information.
okay, because I mean, to other people's point, I mean, that's just one part of this, right? I mean, the trucks and the staff and everything else that are gonna come with it. But yeah, I mean, if that could be shared prior to decisions on, this facility, buying the land, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Just just a note on the government center piece. We did receive a lot of feedback after last meeting. I don't think, has the committee met? No. So the committee has not met since then to digest that and consider, other things, or where we go from here. So there will be, once they do get a chance to meet, we'll have more information forthcoming as what the next steps and everything are. So we do appreciate the feedback, though.
We're mostly in fact finding at this point, trying to figure out what we need, what our future is. There is no permanent decision on any properties. There is no design.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Turn your microphone on.
My microphone, yeah, we got battery. There we go. We'll try it again. I'm sorry. Can everybody hear me? The committee has not met since the last meeting. We are nowhere near, it seems, where everybody thinks we are on this. There is no permanent chosen property. There is no permanent design. We have a very, very short list of what we think we need. And we haven't gotten that far. There will be plenty of time for community input and everything else as this goes, but some of the comments are as if this thing is fully designed and ready to start construction. It's not. And I don't necessarily agree with any of it as it is right now. So we'll have to formulate this so that it works for the whole community.
I think the concern is that.
Ma'am, I do need you to come up. You know, we do our live streaming it, and if you're not talking at the microphone, they can't hear it. I will ask that you turn that microphone back on, please. Square button, hold it down, please. Try it again. I think it was on mute. There you go.
My name is Karen Reisinger. I'm at 556 Credit River Boulevard. And I think the concern with the residents here is there's information saying that we won't have a say until after you decide these major features. And we don't want to be left out.
I don't believe that you're gonna be left out.
Well, would you entertain having residents be part of that discussion that you're having?
Will be one that will come in.
Okay.
Yes.
And how will that be communicated to us that this is going on or people can sign up?
Well, first of all, we went through a budget process last year. Yeah, I'm not battery. Sorry. Right, we went through a budget process last year, and every meeting that we've had on this is public record and recorded. And there's been no closed meetings or anything else. So to follow along, you know, it's good to follow along. I'm happy to see everybody here. I really am, because it shows you all care, and we care too. So we'll. Can you come to the mic, sir?
So Paul Emerson, 18855 Meadowview Boulevard here in Credit River. So all those questions we were told are going to be answered in presentation last week. It's not, or last meeting. It's not posted. I can't find it. Where's all this information posted?
Good question. We have information.
So regarding the budget presentation.
No.
In the budget.
Tom had a whole bunch of questions and you said they're going to be answered in the presentation. I can't find the presentation.
There
From
was a
last meeting.
presentation in the last, in the packet for the last
meeting packet.
meeting. The meeting packet, the presentation was.
So where is it posted?
On the website under.
Meeting agendas.
Meeting agendas and
But
minutes.
there's no presentation.
If you click into past events, look up the last meeting.
Okay.
And you'll see the packet.
So he had a bunch of questions that he said we need to get answers to, and it sounds like there's no response to any of them yet.
Well, some of the questions that he had aren't ready for an answer yet. And it's not that.
But we're
far.
moving-
Well, that's an
moving
answer.
funds?
Yeah.
That's an answer at least.
But that could
We
be the
need to
answer,
give
like,
them an answer.
and community input was phase five, which just seems to be a little far down the path. Right.
Okay, then we can probably move it up.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I've had requests also that, can we put this, building complex thing on like a standing item on the agenda so we can talk every meeting? If there's nothing to talk about, nothing was done like it sounds like this last 2 weeks, then we don't do any talking about it, but we have something on the agenda so we keep people informed every week.
We
or
could
every
do
2
that.
weeks.
So, you know, I know Abe has been giving updates during the staff member and council member updates. You know, during his point, you know, of time for doing that when there's items to update.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I've had requests that
Yeah.
we put it on then, so we are talking about it every meeting. And
All right.
All right.
Uh,
Don Sterna, 1725, no, that's my other address. 5931, I'll be okay. 5931 Meadowlark Lane. We've been a resident of the township for now city for over 30 years. When we moved out here in 88, my taxes were $85 a year, which is way too low. They are now increasing at a rate that's unsustainable for me to stay living in this township. When we look at projects of this size with this small of a city, now we're a city. The intent to be in a city was to protect our borders. Our borders now, now we're our own city. Now we're gonna live like a big city. The stuff that's in front of us here tonight is major dollars. When I run the numbers on these things, plus when you add interest, when you start adding in the equipment and you start adding in the personnel, and I've been city engineers at other smaller communities in the metro, we contracted some of the services out, which is far more cost effective
when you build a building like this, you got operating costs, which is tax, you know. You got equipment, you're talking about mechanics, you're talking about salaries, you're talking about benefits, retirement benefits. Those are significant costs of a town that has 1,800 homes. I mean, I run the numbers, that's $1,300 more a year I'm gonna pay if it went through today. This adds up when you look at interest and that closing in on 40 million. By the time you look over a 20-year bonding period, you're adding in all the other costs. There has to be a better answer to this than building a public works garage, a salt storage shed, all the permit requirements that we have to have. It just seems to be pretty excessive. I know there's big plans to be the city of Credit River and bring development all the way down to 21 for high density. Again, when most of us moved out here, that was never the vision of turning this small little township into a city. And we can't, again, becoming a city was to protect our borders from becoming a city, is what I heard the battle cry was when we got here, when it became a city. You're looking at, and I sent an email to all the board members. When you look at Creekwood where I lived, failing septics, well, you're looking at the Casey subdivision that has wall and septic issues. When you do a public works project in that, the entire city has to help pay for that because it cannot be sustained by those residents. It does not assess out to those properties. I've been around many of those type of scenarios. Prior Lake Savage basically said, we're not going to do that anymore because they can't even get 50% of that cost assessed back to those homeowners because you can only assess what the benefit brings to their property value. So what happens there is it falls on the tax base. And I worked on the sewer project around Spring Lake, and that's exactly what happened there. We tried to do everything we could on the arbitrage, which is the interest difference between what you borrow the money for and what you charge the residents for it. At 2 or 3%, we rolled that in. Just on those, I forget how many it was, 59, 80 homes. It was $500,000 to the rest of the township back then, and that was 15 years ago. So when you start looking at what we've done so far, now we're looking at adding on this. It's to a point that me and my wife already made a decision. We will be moving out. But I first want to bring to the township or the city's attention that I want to put this in and file it. It's a detachment of property from the municipality, which I'm legally able to do. I don't access the city. I don't get any services from the city. My property goes out on Spring Lake. I pay taxes on both. This state statute 14.06, and I'll give that to the board. I intend to proceed on forward on this along with my other two neighbors. And I've already talked to the Spring Lake Township and they'd be more than happy to take us. But there's got to be a limit to this taxation that's continuing on in the state. It's out of control. What are we, the 4th or 5th highest tax state in the union now? And there just seems to be no end to it. And, you know, that's why we're moving back to Wisconsin. It's less taxes, not the great, but less. But we want to first get our property out for us to sell it. So I want to at least present this first and you can respond to it, but I don't know who to file this with.
You give that to Administrator Reynolds, please.
Okay.
All right.
And that was it. So I appreciate the mayor and the council's time.
Thank you, Don. With that, we're going to close open forum. And we're moving to general business. So general business 7.1, traditions PUD concept plan review. Who's going to start that one? Claire? If you want to turn the microphone on, Claire, please.
All right.
If somebody doesn't mind, there's just some people filing up. If we can close that door.
We probably should take a couple minute break too.
Yeah. Well, it's not open here.
No.
Sorry, I didn't know who it belonged to.
All right, I'm gonna call back to order, please. Blair.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So this evening before you is a PUD concept plan for the city council's review. The concept plan for the PUD is very similar to the process of that of a preliminary plat or a subdivision. This is simply just the developer's opportunity to give kind of what they're considering doing on the property, the general nature of the entire development before incurring major costs with all of the requirements that come along with subdividing and developing land. So this did go to the Planning Commission meeting on May 16th for their question and comment to the developer. And now within the process, it goes to you all. Dependent on the feedback that they received from the City Council as well as the Planning Commission and how other things shake out. The next step with a PUD concept plan is a general plan, which aligns of the same process as a preliminary plat. And then it goes to a PUD final plan, which is a very similar process, aligns with the final platting procedure. The reason being that a PUD is incorporated for this particular development, is that the developer is proposing some smaller street right of way, smaller lot widths, and a higher density, but also within this development, comprehensive plan amendment, rezoning, and then the whole PUD preliminary platting subdivision process is still needs to occur. I can give a little bit of quick background of the existing conditions just before the applicant does his presentation, but this is a 98-acre parcel located on Judicial and 185th. There's one home currently on the property, and then the remainder of it is farmed as well as heavily wooded in certain areas. The northern property line abuts with the regional park, and it is currently zoned UER Urban Expansion Reserve. The developer has been in communications with the city of Lakeville to see if water and sewer extension was feasible for the 220 homes for the first phase, and then a potential 100 more units. The city of Lakeville's designated city engineer did perform a technical memorandum and has come up with the possibility that it could support those additional homes. It is our understanding at this time that that would be the maximum that could be connected to that particular system within the city of Lakeville. This opportunity is relatively unique in that aspect. And city staff did meet with Metropolitan Council representatives to kind of get the ball rolling on the regional study side of things that they would have to review prior to any sort of true green light coming from the city of Lakeville with their extension and the regional interceptors. There are 2 access points proposed, one for Judicial Way, one on 185th at this time. And I think I had mentioned it, but I just want to clarify once again that the things that this time that are deviating from the standard zoning rules, which is why the PUD concept is coming into play, is lot size minimums, lot widths, and the street widths. So with that, unless you have any additional questions for me before the applicant does his presentation.
Council members, anything for planner?
You said two exit points of Judicial and 185th.
Yeah, one on each road at this time is currently proposed. Yes.
Does that seem
So
like?
only one on
Where's
each.
185th? I don't see it on the map.
On the
Am I missing?
concept plan, it's.
Cut off.
Let me see,
So I see,
in the packet,
one in the bottom there.
It's a right
Well-
on, right on.
what page is it on?
oh,
your
but
packet?
you have to get off on Judicial, right?
No, but there's a right in, right out, down to the left.
Yeah.
Left.
I believe the
So there's one,
developer will show that in his presentation if you want to wait
all
for
right,
that.
it's this road right here. Okay, now I see it now. Thank you.
So you got Phil for now?
Yeah, I guess I would like the same thing. I feel a little concerned about, as we did hear from somebody resident today already about it, which is a valid point. It does seem like a lot of traffic on very, very few entrances. and
Yeah.
right in, right out, being one of them.
Within our first staff meeting or development meeting that we had with this proposal in front of city staff, we did already make the developer aware that that would be a requirement for moving forward as a traffic analysis and traffic study.
Absolutely, because actually the right in, right out, and then making a quick scan across the,
Yep.
across traffic and everything else, which we know will happen.
Right.
It does make a dangerous area, and that area was at one time far more deadly, and some of that was fixed, and we have to go back to that. So to me, it seems like something needs to be worked out.
Yep.
Okay. With that, Todd, we'll invite you, Todd, I see that microphone's not on. No, that just got shut off.
Battery trouble.
Good evening. I'm Todd Stutz. I'm Vice President of Land Development for Tradition Development. Also here with me this evening is Patrick Rossi. He's a project manager also with Tradition Development. There are two other members of our development team that are not here this evening, Jake Annebeck, who is the CEO of Tradition Companies, as well as the president of Tradition Development. And also Clark Wicklund, who's with Alliant Engineering, who's our civil engineer as well as landscape architecture firm on this particular project. Back one, please. Thank you. Tradition Companies, for those of you who aren't familiar with our organization, Tradition Companies is involved in land development, financial services, as well as home building. In the case of land development, again, this development is being proposed by Tradition Development. I guess the closest example that we have of Tradition Development would be the Legends Golf Club. And the surrounding housing was developed by Tradition Development and is currently owned by Tradition. In addition to that, obviously, we're in the home building business. In this particular case, Robert Thomas Homes would be one of the home builders that we would see building in this development. In addition to that, we'd also be adding some of the local custom builders to the people that would be building within this development. If we could just, I'm sorry. Good enough, we can use this, perfect. The property is located on the northwest corner of the intersection of 185th Street East and Judicial Road, and consists of 4 parcels. Those four parcels are owned by the Bartel family, who owns 2 of the parcels, comprised of 98.52 acres. And in addition to that, there is 16.99 acres where 2 parcels are owned by the Conley family. Tradition Development currently has under purchase agreement the Bartel property. In the case of the Conley property, Conleys are not interested in selling their property at this time. And so it is only shown for the purposes of our presentation and our PUD concept plan as a ghost plat. And ghost plats, for those that aren't familiar with that, is something most municipalities do to show how future utilities and roadways might connect to that property if and when it develops in the future. Again, it's like if, there's nothing that says it has to develop. So that's 16.99 acres.
So you've purchased this land already with a purchase
We
agreement?
have a purchase agreement.
Is it contingent though on getting approval?
It is contingent upon getting approval,
Okay, thank
correct?
you.
And that's the Bartel property in the 98.52 acres. Our presentation this evening will focus primarily on the 98.52 acres, which is what we would go forward with as far as the PUD is concerned at some point. To remind everyone, this is a PUD concept plan, and I think the city planner indicated that. And so what we're looking for at this point is feedback from the planning commission, which happened last week, and from the council in terms of their concerns, if they like parts of it, whatever the case may be, so that we may go forward and modify our plan to meet the expectations of the city. Our conceptual plans for the development of traditional Highlines will follow high quality development standards and design guidelines and seen as other traditional developments. Examples would include Spirit of Brandon Farms located in the city of Lakeville and Cobblestone Lake, which is located in the city of Apple Valley, Both of those parcels comprise about 1,000 acres and represent roughly 2,000 homes. But the mission behind both these developments and our intended development of traditional Highlines is, and we'll just go through those things, is provide distinctive neighborhoods of homes of different size and types, which respond to a variety of lifestyles. Provide extensive connected open space, which preserves, enhances existing wetlands, ponds, and wooded areas. Again, emphasis on preserving those and enhancing them. Provide distinctive homeowners association amenity and provide a street system to calm traffic and to encourage neighboring through the use of boulevard trees, landscape, architectural elements, and sidewalks. And part of our all eventual community application, there will be very comprehensive streetscape design set of development standards that we've asked that be considered for approval. I thought it would be useful for the purposes of people that have not had an opportunity to see our development in the city of Lakeville called Spirit of Ground Farms to show a quick video, and that video incorporates some of the missions statement ideas that I've just reviewed.
Insurance.
Well, so the fence at the bottom there can't be a play button.
Oh.
Or the ones to the left.
Oh, oops. I am not sure why we don't have it playing, but it's not.
No, that's fine. We just. I had it working there.
Yeah. Sure where it's at. Sorry, no. Yeah.
Okay, one of the requirements of a community concept plan is to review the existing conditions on the property. A work that's shown up front basically shows the property we're discussing, existing conditions as well as the surrounding property within 500 feet. That's something we need to take into consideration formatting our plans for a community concept plan. The majority of the property is currently farmed. There are 4 designated wetlands on part of this property and 1 designated wetland on the common coast flat property. Those are shown in green on the diagram. They comprise about 3.15 acres of Bartell's property. The existing home of Bartell's property will remain, and that's on the western portion of the property on the top of the hill. Probably pretty much everyone knows where that is when you drive by. And the existing trees surrounding all 4 designated wetlands on Bartell's property will be preserved. In addition to that, there's a large tree area up in the northwest corner, which is roughly about 8.5 acres. And the intent is to preserve as many of those trees as we can. There are 2 items that we are yet to complete, which will become complete as part of the PUD process. That's a formal wetland delineation. We're relying on the National Wetland Inventory right now. So the expectation of those wetlands probably low in size. In addition to maybe something that was missed, so we have a formal wetland delineation done. In addition to that, we'll have a tree survey done on the property, where we'll note all the significant species of trees on the property and potentially habitable protect toward the brownfields. The main access to the property, which has been subject to some conversation already, will line with Justice Way on Judicial Road. And that access will line right where the driveway is now. So if you drive down Judicial Road, you can see there's a driveway that serves the Bartel property. And we will align with that pretty much alignment, which again is right across from what's called Justice Way. It is assumed that Judicial Road required an intersection upgraded, and that was brought up. And so on the western half of the existing road, as part of the PUD process, we will be submitting plans to upgrade the western half of that. The eastern half currently is an urban section with the updated curve. In addition to that, we'll be proposing, which is part of the process, as far as right in, right out. We'll go through in just a few seconds here. The eastern half of the northern property line currently abuts the Murphy County Park, and we're looking at basically expanding that by roughly 8.16 acres. Part of our process. Current City of Red River 2040 comprehensive plan did not contemplate the immediate availability of water and sewer service for the city of Lakeville. Through our conversations with the city of Lakeville, it became apparent that there is an opportunity to connect those. And so as part of that conversation, we authorized the city of Lakeville to conduct 2 studies, which were prepared by SEH, which studied at the direction of the city of Lakeville the potential to provide water and sewer service with our adults and common property that goes flat to roughly 300 homes. Based upon the current PUD concept plan, both reports concluded there exists adequate capacity in close proximity in 2 locations to serve the property. And so the plan that's up on the diagram places 2 red locations, one on the north side of the property, one on the south side of the property, which are roughly in Judicial Roads right away. And that's where we'll be connecting. One will serve the northern portion of the development, and will serve the southern portion of the development. So we believe the extension of the water and sewer service from Lakeville is consistent with the city of Red River comp plan, which supports collaboration with other jurisdictions, provide services and manage growth while utilizing available infrastructure and fiscally responsible growth. As you look around your city, so maybe some discussion of that already this evening. Some of the other places, whether it's from the east, Savage Interceptor, an extension of that, which that's the current plan is to extend that down along the western side of Murphy County Park, down to 175th and across and then down to property. Our view is that's extremely expensive. And sorry, when you can should have said shut up. Yeah, right. Usually that's 2 meetings, but and our approach that we're proposing as part of the PUD concept plan, hopefully the PUD with this property is the most fiscally responsible direction to extend sewer to this property. So this plan, which you have in your packet, basically shows all the existing conditions that we just reviewed. And those again were used to hopefully formulate what we feel is a responsive and responsible PUD concept plan. So we can just move on to the next. So let's just go on to the next slide here. Sorry. Next one. Let's go one more. There we go. What you have before you is a PUD concept plan, which is an illustrative state. So it sort of shows, again, where the green areas would be in terms of preservation of open space, where the wetlands currently are and what will be preserved. In addition to that, where potentially stormwater ponding will be constructed to accommodate stormwater runoff. The proposed Highlands PUD concept plan proposes 3 low-density neighborhoods consisting of 218 single-family and villa homes on the Bartels property. Additionally, the plan does illustrate, which is the sort of ghosted area, how the Jason Conley property may develop in the future as medium density residential consisting of 110 attached townhomes. And again, we don't want to dwell exactly how that's shown, but again, the purpose of that is to show how utilities as well as a roadway system might be constructed to accommodate that property. So as once you go back to the plan, I think if you're at home, it's probably easier to see the plan than to read through the text. The primary entrance will be aligned with the existing driveway and additional road. In addition to that, there will be a secondary right out entrance on 185th. We have not had any conversations with Scott County on how they feel about that. And so that's something that we'll need to advance, just so you know that. But again, this is a PUD concept plan, not the final plan. Okay. We are proposing within the development 2 right-of-way lists within the PUD concept plan. We'll be focusing mostly on the main east-west boulevard, which will be constructed to the east and west, which will go up and serve the existing home. There's roughly a 68-foot difference in elevation from Judicial Road up to the existing Bartels home. That right-of-way is proposed to be 60 feet in width. In addition to that, there will be within the neighborhood areas, there'll be 52-foot right-of-ways with sidewalk on one side. On the boulevard, there'll be sidewalks on both sides. Again, the staff has commented on that. The standard within the city of Credit River is a 66-foot right-of-way. We had a chance to see the video. You can see how it basically functions in the real world as far as a 52-foot right-of-way. And that's something we'll have additional conversations with staff on, provided we go forward. We will, within the PUD, which you'll see at a later date, have a specific set of streetscape design and standards, which will be incorporated into the PUD. So that'll show exactly the width of this roadway surface, the boulevard areas where the trees will be located within the boulevard, sidewalk widths, and where utilities will be located for electric, gas, and such. And in addition to that, based upon one of our conversations with the city staff and consulting engineer, we have provided a future street connection to the west to serve the Asselford property. If and when developed, is provided as a dedicated right-of-way. So again, thinking ahead, sort of what happens if the Asselford property develops.
Where is it on the map?
Yeah, sorry. So right here.
Okay.
Right there. So shown as a dedicated right-of-way at this point, platted as such. And so if and when, again, if, big question mark next to if, the Asselford property was developed, there would be that connection, which will also provide an additional connection for this development. I know this staff is looking for potentially another access, and we'll have, again, conversations about that. But at this preliminary stage, that's what we're showing. Okay. As I indicated earlier, there'll be 3 sort of distinctive neighborhoods. Okay. So when you come in on the east-west boulevard from Judicial Road, there'll be a right turn that you would take that would go into what we'll call the Tradition Collection neighborhood, which is intended to be more of a custom home neighborhood, where there's 101 single-family lots, and they're 76-foot wide by 130-foot deep as a minimum. Some will be wider, some will be deeper, but that's that neighborhood on the north side of the boulevard is intended to be a tradition or a custom neighborhood. Then traveling farther west, again on the boulevard, there'll be a villa neighborhood or villa collection neighborhood of 40 single-family villa homes with a minimum lot size of 53 by 57 foot wide and 129 feet and 146 feet deep. The reason the variation is some will be side loaded, some will be front loaded. This will be an association maintained neighborhood. So all the streets, all the sidewalks, all the landscaping and stuff will be maintained by a homeowners association. And then traveling farther to the west on the boulevard, you'll pass a significant preserved wetland complex, which is in the center. And as you go past that, you would come upon the Heritage Collection neighborhood, on which it'll be a total of 76 single-family homes with a minimum lot size of 64 feet wide by 125 feet deep. The existing home that the Bartels have will remain, and that would be a dedicated platted lot of 0.68 acres on that. So maybe if we go forward one slide. one more. Till we see the proposed. There we go. Perfect. We talked about the 3 different collections of homes, the distinctive separate neighborhoods that we'll have. This provides you an idea in terms of square footages of those homes. Tradition collection will be 3,000 to 4,000 square feet, roughly 850 to 1.5 million in price. The target market is second time move up buyers. Then a Villa collection, which I mentioned is association maintained, roughly 1,300 to 1,850 square feet. And it'd be 550,000 to 850,000 roughly. And the target market is moved down empty nesters. And then Heritage collection, which is on the 64-foot wide lots, 2,500 to 3,500 square feet, and 650 to $1 million in sales price. The target market is a first time move up buyers. Within your package, which is the next slide. These are examples of exteriors. And those exteriors are homes that we've built. And as I mentioned, in the case of the custom homes, which is the one on the left side, we would expect that other builders would be participating and be building in that area. But let's go to the next slide. In the case of traditional Highlands PUD architecture, and as I discussed at the Planning Commission, there's like the overall sort of physical layout of the land, where storm ponds are, where wetlands are preserved, what are the streets, what are the widths of the streets, and what types of lots are within that area. The other important component that we think is part of the PUD and sort of the trade-offs is having a set of architectural guidelines. And so in addition to the streetscape standards and such that we'll have, in addition to that, we'll have a set of fairly stringent architectural guidelines that all builders that would be building within traditional Highlands would be required to comply with. Some of the things, again, if we saw the video and if you went through Spirit, you'll see that the garage designs are such that we're taming the garage, we're pushing the garage back from the front porches, roughly 2 feet. So as you drive down the street, you're seeing porches and you're seeing fronts of homes versus garages. We're emphasizing 4-sided design. Very often when you drive by a development, what you see is the rears of the homes. You don't see the fronts of the homes if you're driving by. And so it's important that the rear of the homes basically reflect what's on the front of the homes in terms of materials and the quality. Materials, there will not be any vinyl or aluminum siding. Everything will be required to be hardy plank or LP Smart side. In addition to that, obviously all the window trim and the frieze boards and all that will be consistent with the 4-sided art designs. Streetscape variety will have very stringent anti-monotony requirements, so that you can't have the same home next to each other or across the street or the same color. Fencing, this is a big thing for us. There will be no privacy fences that will be permitted. And so there would be small, low fences, whether it be picket or metal fences, but no, 6-foot privacy fences would be allowed. Also landscaping, planting and elements. Every builder will be required to submit landscape plans that'll be installed as part of the initial purchase. So that right away the home has full yard of landscaping as well as sod and irrigation. So we go past this and then go maybe to the next one. So we're gonna have to, for those people that are at home. Again, like back to our PUD concept plan. The proposed open space design and neighborhood connections that we're proposing are such that the 4 designated wetlands consisting of 3.15 acres reserved. And again, there's one sort of off the Asselford property on sort of the northwestern portion of the site. You come down sort of off the main entrance, which provides a great opportunity in terms of sense of entrance. There's a wetlands preserve there. And then in addition to that, there's a large wetland down in the center, which we mentioned, and then one smaller wetland that's out on Judicial Way. And all 4 of those will be preserved. Again, we have a wetland delineation that's left to be done, so those may expand. There's one sort of wetland area, if you drive by, that has some trees in it, they're farther to the north, that we may identify as being a wetland as part of that process. Again, that will be preserved, okay? In addition to the concept of the concept of obviously preserving the wetlands, we've incorporated a large amenity area in the center. That amenity area is about 4.19 acres in size. And that amenity area will have a clubhouse and a pool, as well as other amenities for the homeowners, and would be governed by the Homeowners Association. We also talked about the fact that we're connecting to the Burford Hanahan Park And adding additional 8.16 acres to the park, or as part of our land, association land. So there's really a strong north-south sort of connection that would exist from the wetland across the boulevard through the amenity area and then up to Murphy-Hanahan Park. It would enter approximately where there's currently a snowmobile trail connection that exists. So those are familiar with that. There's usually signs out there in the winter for that.
Would that go away?
We are connecting with a trail, so it'd be a paved trail that would go through there. We're still open on I don't know whether or not there would continue to be a snowmobile entrance into the park at that location. That was something that was brought up to the planning commission, which is a new subject for us, so we haven't had a chance to really sort of digest that yet. But again, we're providing, I think, really strong pedestrian connection that's north and south. At some point, if the Conley property would be added, we would connect that all the way down to the trail that's on the north side of 185th. In addition to that, of course, there's sidewalks on one side, or at least in the case of the boulevard, on both sides of the sidewalk. So there's a lot of pedestrian connectivity that exists within the property, which we would incorporate in all of our developments. In the case of the association amenity area, and we can probably go to the next slide, maybe. This is just an example, but within the association amenity area, we would be constructing a clubhouse facility as well as a pool, which would have meeting rooms, exercise facilities and such. This is just an example that we haven't set on the architecture yet. So if people hate this, and we're going to probably do something different, but this is just an example of one of the clubhouses that we've done. So we can probably go all the way forward to where it says current zoning in 2000. We'll just keep going forward here. Yep, here we go. It's actually supposed to say 2040, so we'll just forgive the typos, which was so existing zoning is UR Reserve District, which is one dwelling per 40 acres, which was indicated earlier. 2040 comprehensive plan land use, again, also is UER, which is Urban Expansion Reserve, which again is the one dwelling unit per 40 acres. Within your comprehensive plan, there's something called build out land use. And so this property is contemplated to be built out as an urban type project at some point. And within that, basically build out within the 2040 comprehensive plan. The Bartel property is currently shown as low density residential, which is 2 to 6 units per acre, and which is R1 zoning. And the Conley property, which again is a ghost plat at this point, is shown as medium density residential, which is 6 to 12 units per acre. The 2040 comprehensive plan development staging map does show this as post 2040 urban expansion reserve. My earlier comments indicated we think that potentially, it was not contemplated that this could be served by sewer and water.
You're essentially moving this up 20 years at least minimum, right? I mean,
yeah,
the development stage map post 2040, it's like this would have been developed after 2040, right?
Correct. That absolutely correct. But again, our argument is that the comp plan at that point did not contemplate that you could provide sewer and water services in a fiscally responsible manner to this
I'm just
property.
not sure we're ready to have all of those homes in our city. I don't know if how do you serve them? It's pretty well.
Okay, so then the next slide is what we're proposing in terms of the 2040 comprehensive plan zoning and staging request amendments, or we'll call modifications. Again, in the case of the comp plan modifications, those would require not only planning commission, but city council, as well as Met Council's approvals. But in the case of the 2040 comprehensive plan, we request change for from urban expansion reserve to low density residential with an R1 zoning, so a net density of 2 to 6 units per acre for the Bartels property. In the case of Conley property, again, which is going to be ghost platted, a request a change from urban expansion reserve to medium density residential, which again would be R2 zoning, which would be 6 to 12 units per acre. And we request that the 2040 comprehensive plan staging map request to be changed from post 2040 to current low density residential and medium residential. Zoning requests to include planning development overlay district, and city planner mentioned that is There are some things that we're asking for, which are basically trade-offs. Keeping in mind that currently we're showing roughly 19 acres of open space that's dedicated within the development. In addition to that, there's 3.14 acres that are being preserved wetlands. Those numbers may change slightly, but we are roughly 25% of the land within the development is being preserved as open space, not including the open space that are around homes. The gross and net density, maybe we should just go back to that. This was an earlier conversation by the presenter. In the case of gross density, we're at for basically 115.51 acres and 328 units, which would include the Conley property. That's 2.84 units per acre, which 3 units per acre is generally considered low density by pretty much everyone. So 2.84 is below that number. In the case of the net density, so the gross acres of 115.51, again, which includes the Conley property, minus wetlands of 3.67, open space of 8.16. There's a net acres of 103.68. So the math is 328 total units. There's 3.16 units per acre. My expectation is we complete our wetland delineation and our tree survey on the property. The concept plan will change. Basically also based upon where we end up on in terms of right-of-way widths, that number will go down. So our expectation is it will be right around 3, if not less than 3 units per acre on the property.
So could you address the question or the
Yeah.
comment that a presenter had tonight in terms of like, well, that's understated because you're including roads and all that stuff. And when you do the math on the, the lot sizes.
I've never heard that calculation before.
You have not?
No.
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 Okay.
No, I've been doing this for 40 years. I've had. We have to go by what your ordinance says, what Met Council's requirements are. And
that's how they calculate.
That's how they calculate it. Yes. Now, we did the calculation. We shared that with you in terms of net density. And it is sort of a standard that you would take out wetlands and open space, which obviously results in a higher number, but taking out the right of ways is not something that's done. Okay. So I'm not trying to create a controversy. I'm just saying that that's how I've been doing it for 40 years. So,
okay.
In the case of phasing, we would expect hopefully to be under development at least late fall of 2024 by Thanksgiving. We recognize there's a lot of steps that we need to go through. This obviously is not a public hearing. We're to go through a process that we're going to submit a PUD application, a comp plan amendment, a rezoning, all which will be public hearings, which the public will be invited to. So we expect that process will continue. So again, our greatest hope would be fall 2024. We recognize that may not be possible. And we'd like to start construction of homes in summer 2025. And the build out is expected to last 6 years. A conversation was had at the Planning Commission regarding, is the city at risk? The city's not riskier. Every dollar that's going to go in this development in terms of developing the property are private dollars. We're not asking for any help from the city. So it's all private dollars. Okay. So any risk is our risk as traditional development. We'll just go to the final slide here. So the traditional Highlands PUD concept plan incorporates into the neighborhood a variety of housing types and lifestyle housing. It does require home and landscape design quality standards and guidelines. We'll have streetscape design and standards designed to calm traffic, encourage neighboring. That includes smaller right-of-way widths, smaller street widths, trees in the boulevard. We will require extensive common area landscaping and monumentation. We'll require neighborhood amenities, including a central association amenity areas we talked about. As part of the linear trail system connecting 3 major open space developments. Constructed as well as sidewalks throughout the development, provide the best connections. We will dedicate 19.03 acres of open space. That dedication portion could be to the city, or it could be in case of this case, a homeowners association, which is probably what our expectation is at this point. Homeowners association is responsible for all the maintenance expenses of those areas. And then we would preserve the 3.15 acres of preserved natural wetlands as part of the development.
Remind me, would those be city roads then? Would we plow those roads or are they private? So they would have, they would be, okay.
Yeah, I mean, our expectation is that there will be dedicated public rights of way. And they'll be plowed by the city. There's one area, which is the villa area, which is the empty nesters retirees, let's say, in that area, or move down buyers. Where the association is providing maintenance for the exterior of those dwellings, lawn care, snow removal. That's one area that we have seen some cities where that ends up being also maintained by the association in terms of the roads being plowed by the association, not the city. But again, that's a conversation for a later date. But there will be definitely public streets within the development. I'm sorry, if that answered your question.
Yeah.
That. Perfect. Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thank you, Todd. Todd, I guess I'll start with.
I have questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So talk a little bit, you talked about this at planning commission, talk about what you guys envision for judicial road improvements, traffic, what you believe might happen at judicial and 21 there, trail connections and stuff like that.
Yeah, so we've budgeted within our overall performer for the project, the upgrade of the western half. Judicial Road along the entire length of the Conley property and then the Bartel property. Right now, it's just a sort of, we'll call it a rural section. In addition to that, there would be potential, we probably will be constructing a trail on that side also. So it'll be a trail and the reconstruction of that. We've had some conversation, and once we get into that, we'll probably end up sort of reconstructing the eastern half too. And so we have some numbers, you know, that they're showing us doing that. It never all actually works out perfectly that you can just construct a half of the street. So that'll be all reconstructed. We've not had conversations with Scott County, but our expectation based upon feedback that we've received, and this is again, nothing new in terms of traffic concerns, that there will be a signal. We have within our budget the cost, at least a portion of the signal that would be at 185th and Judicial Road, provide a queue at least for people. If there's a wedding, whatever, Brackett's Crossing, and it gets out all at the same time, there's the ability to queue that traffic, so the ability to exit safely onto 185th and go to the east or to the west. So that will be part of the development. The other item which I didn't mention, which this is sort of more of a global issue, is we've had conversation. We own some land along 185th on the south side of 185th. And so we're looking at potential of creating a trail corridor through that property from Bitter Farm. And that trail corridor would extend up to 185th and then provide a trail connection through this development up to Murphy-Hanrahan Park. And I think that's sort of a general idea is endorsed by a lot of people, I think. And so the question is how do you get those trail users across 185th? And so there's been conversations, whether it's a bridge, whether it's a tunnel, whether it's at grade now that you have a signal. So those are things yet that will be developed as part of the PUD process. And so we'll get additional clarity on some of those items, but
No, that would be in the Lakeville side though. Likely the trail, your property that Traditions owns is on the Lakeville side.
that's in Lakeville, correct, but it would connect. So again, if you're a Ritter Family Farm or Murphy-Hanrahan and you're coming down, there'd be a connection of all those sort of bigger, larger, open reserve areas.
Sure. Okay. Council members, any other questions? Okay.
What's your setback from the houses to the street right of ways that you have?
So my interest and our interest as Tradition Development is really how close are the front of a house to another front of house across the street, right?
That's not my question.
No, I know it isn't your question. It isn't your question.
Probably know
So,
what my question is. Like.
no, I know what your question's going, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, that's what we're interested at, because in terms of relationships of a neighbor to a neighbor and what we're trying to accomplish here, the spacing from house to house, the front of the house is important. So the question is, if there's a 66-foot right of way, how much is the setback? 25 to 30 feet is what we would generally look at doing. So 30 feet is what you have within your ordinance. As far as R1, R2 is 25 feet. Okay. That complies with your existing ordinance requirements. And so we would have no problem complying with that. It's just, again, if there's a right of way that's 66 feet wide, and then you have on each side of that a 10-foot drainage and utility easement, all of a sudden you have this big canyon that runs between the houses, and that's, you know.
Well, The reason I'm asking that question
Yeah. that's fair.
is I'm trying to determine how much room these people have in their driveway to park the rest of their vehicles, because Credit River doesn't allow any overnight parking in any of the streets, and I'm really concerned about the planned unit development going with the smaller right of way that you have in a 28-foot street. And you are driving a lot of traffic through this neighborhood to very, very few entrances and exits. And I think that if you do get your right in, right out, you're gonna have a lot of traffic, because most of your traffic is, 90% of your traffic, my guess is going to be coming from and going to the east of this development on 185th Street. Probably I would venture that I'm probably pretty close to that guesstimate. But what you're doing is coming through here with some very narrow streets. And we're gonna need to make sure that there's no parking on those streets. So it's a full, we don't wanna turn this into a big enforcement thing. But, to plow, to do everything else, and to get emergency vehicles in and out of there, and the regular traffic that you're gonna have, because you're gonna have a lot of traffic in here. To get in and get out of those two spots, and I would be concerned about how much room you're allowing for people to park. And do you have are you planning on having any overflow overnight guest parking provisions in this development at all, anywhere? I mean, I applaud you that you have really almost no cul-de-sacs in this, which is great. That's.
Yeah. So,
But that is my concern, and I'm really concerned about the boulevard that you have, that's actually your right in, right out, because I think it's gonna get used a lot in this, and I know that this isn't your final plan. You probably have some other things that you work out, but you may want to consider adding some width to some of those streets that are gonna be almost your feeders and collectors inside your development as well. And those are my concerns.
Mayor, Councilmember, those are fair concerns. We actually work in Lakeville, and the Spirit of Grandeur Farms, our office is there, okay? And so we observe every day how that development works, okay? And that development works with 52-foot right of ways and 28-foot streets perfectly, all day long. Yes, are there times when snow removal, the banks are this high, that's difficult for a school bus maybe to get by because people aren't
Well, I'm
parking one
concerned about
side?
getting a 57-foot
Yeah.
fire truck through there.
Yeah, and that's, those are fair comments. I'm just saying that there are trade-offs. Wider the street, faster people drive.
I'll get that too.
There
but-
is no doubt about that. So it's like, it's all about sort of traffic calming and what can we do as planners, and I'm a planner. What can we do? He's an engineer, so we fight all day long. And so what can you do to calm traffic in a residential neighborhood? Because we're encouraging people to get out, walk on the sidewalks, interact on their porches, have kids be able to walk across the
Correct.
street at the center of the block. And how do you trade off street widths? And again, I'm not here to, Mayor,
Oh,
Councilmember, I'm not here to fight that issue. I'm just saying it would be good to sort of maybe come to Spirit Branch Farms, see how it functions, how it works. And this is not a new conversation. There's always planners, there's public work directors, there's
understand.
city engineers, and we all sort of fight about this subject. I would just say that we live and see it every day,
I
and
understand.
it works. So, yep, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Ben?
And I didn't see only one cul-de-sac.
So there's 8.5 acres of forest or tree land today. How much would there be?
Yeah, so
after this is done?
so roughly half will
So
remain.
we're cutting 4 acres of trees out of.
That's where we're at today. It's just, we need to get. Again, a tree survey done. And again, this is a worst case scenario. Can we save more trees than that? If there's significant species that are worth saving, we're gonna try to save them, everything.
So you were here when the public comments were going on tonight,
Yeah.
and you heard that residents, at least the ones that were here tonight, enjoy their open space. We like how we have houses that are on big lots. And this is the opposite of what I hear residents they want. Would you ever consider not having so many that's large lots?
We're not, yeah.
First of all, we don't have a vision yet. We need a vision of what we want. Do we want these types of
Mayor, council member,
Go ahead.
I think we look at what's going on within the market, right? I mean, whether it's Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z now. I mean, all those generations are coming through. They're not looking for big acreage lots, right? We know that. I get emails, I get people that sort of are looking around, we do not want a large lot. They're more interested in experiences, being in a neighborhood where they can connect with their neighbors, have a community facility they can connect to.
But that might be the new people, the people here that already live here.
My time, and that's, I don't want small.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
That's- please.
I'm just telling you that.
And that's our.
And all these lots just to make the financials work.
I
or-
would say that through this process, there may be less units than we're currently showing. But we'll have lots that are 80 feet wide versus 76 feet wide, those types of things, we can work through those. But we're looking at something that we would like to develop in that 2.5 to 3 units per acre, okay? And so the development is not going to change significantly from what you see it. If we need to preserve some trees, we'll preserve more trees. If there's more wetlands, there'll be more wetlands. But the lot sizes we're proposing is something that we think is in tune with the market, okay? And again, these are not inexpensive homes. We have people buying $1.5 million up to $2 million houses on 76 foot wide lots all day long. Just because that's what they want. It's not necessarily, that's, again, not the mayor, council member. I just think that that's where we're at. This is a development that we think is an opportunity from a fiscal responsibility perspective to, because the fact that sewer and water is already there.
Is that why you picked this spot? Why did you pick this?
Well, first of all, two things. One thing is our owner lives in Credit River. His dad lives in Credit River. We developed the Legends Golf Club.
Right.
We developed a
Yeah, big
residential.
lots. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we're not about this. We think this is a beautiful piece of land and a great location. It's an extension of already an urban, there's townhomes on the east
Right.
side.
But
So-
what I hear from our residents, we want a vision not to look like Savage, not to look like Shakopee, not to look like Lakeville. And if we start doing all of these things, that's how we're gonna
So
look.
if you go to Spirit of Brandon Farms and you look at that development, look at the connection of land, how the land was developed, as well as the homes and the architecture that was required, we think that it performs wonderfully. We're not looking at doing, well, that's the type of development we're looking at doing. That's our mission to accomplish here. We feel very connected to Credit River because of our ownership in Credit River. And so we're trying to do something that we feel is responsive to the market, and that's a high quality development.
Councilmember Scholler.
Is this development going to be comparable to what's on the east side of Judicial? With the
Belmonte.
the twin homes and the townhomes that are up on the north side of Brackett's Crossing, is this going to be similar? It's my question.
Right. I mean, selfishly, we think it'll be better. We think the architecture maybe have potential for being better. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying but that the last phase of the Belmonte portion of it is very nice architecture. And so I would say it'd be more like that, but again.
What is their density on the east side?
I have not done it, but usually a townhome like that is somewhere to 4 to 6 units per acre. I've not done a density study of that, sir, the council member, but we definitely can show you what that is. This is a lesser density than what that would be across the street. Okay.
Todd, I think you guys had, worked on a study on the financial impact as far as taxable market value and what the tax impact was. That, do you have that with you? You could talk to a little bit?
Mayor, members of the council, we actually asked the city to perform a financial analysis that shows the tax generation that would be specific to all the various taxing jurisdictions, whether it's the city, county, state, and there's a miscellaneous column. And so, yes, that was performed by Elders and Associates. It also incorporated what's potential cost of a development like this might be for fire protection and police protection. Yes. So I have that. You want me to share? Do you want Kathy to review that with you, or?
Yeah, I just want somebody to be able to talk to that a little bit to, talk about, what that tax implication and what that study performed. Maybe Kathy, it looks like you have that ready.
Yep.
If you want to turn your microphone on.
I just scrolled to this page of it, just to kind of look at this. So the increase is, we talk about our net tax capacity. So this year, we'll talk later, we're looking at about a $1 million increase in our net tax capacity this year, but this project is looking at a 16.68% increase to our net tax capacity here in the city. So
And that's at $2.578 million number.
yes, so
Okay.
increasing the net tax capacity to by 2.5, almost $2.6 million, which gives us a 16.68% increase to spread our tax rate and our levy out over. You can kind of see here, it goes into the Lakeville school districts. Same thing, they'd get a 1.9% increase as they look at their net tax capacity, and then referendum value 1.96 as well, so.
So
I don't know if you want to.
What is that in terms of annual revenue for the city?
I think that's if you scroll back, Kathy, 2 pages. It's in the text. Yeah, I think it's 442,000.
And does that include all, so that's revenue, but so what's the expenses then we would occur? Have we looked at that?
They talk about there's some added increases potentially as you look at public safety services. They just did some averages of, say it's 540 currently per year for existing household. If you look at that same rate, moving forward, we would expect to see some public safety increases with our fire contract as we look at it, and
But that would
public safety.
only happen really actually if Prairie Lake didn't grow at the same rate.
Right.
Their rate grew more than the same.
So we have,
Right.
we have a few other things to consider. One would be, I guess, the question one other question. In your connections to Lakeville's sanitary system, are any lift stations required into this or any other?
there is no lift station.
Gravity all the way.
There's a lift station that does accommodate solid gravity. There's a lift station that exists in the city of Lakeville that
Okay,
is,
so
that
that's
has,
not our
that has,
responsibility.
it has capacity to accept this, yes.
Then the next would be, then we are going to consider water billing and sewer and everything else, because this is gonna kick us into a year on having to create the public works department. Which is coming faster than I think than we wanted to.
Right, which is gonna cost more money, but that's not built into this
So
analysis.
That cost is not in, obviously I'm one that campaigned on growth needs to pay for itself. So, we have to look at, we have to consider that. I'm also still kind of stuck on this, on the widths. I know your PUD is, you're asking for is to vary to grant you a narrower right of way. And I think the larger right of ways is there for a reason. I really urge you to try to make your project work with the normal right of way, because we can go look at some different developments that have it and how pretty the traffic works and everything. But I can also take you into Burnsville and Savage, and you can come in through some of these other narrower neighborhoods where they have a lot tighter, higher density homes. And as they age, they don't age well. The younger generation that you're touting as having, not needing the big lots and everything else, you're gonna wind up seeing parking on their yards. You're gonna see, they have a lot of vehicles that they need to, they have ATVs, they have boats, they have a lot of things. And I saw this, you have some 2 and 3 car garages, that's great, but those tend to get filled up with the smaller homes. So I'm really concerned about your parking and how this community is gonna age.
So on the tax issue, the city would receive an additional $442,465 in taxes generated by this property. And that's provided your current levy stays the same. And so the 442,465 that per year. In addition to that, we would be looking at building permits fees of about $1.7 million. and building permit fees that we have to pay to the city. Park dedication fees are roughly $500,000. So there's a bunch of different buckets, in terms of financial. I don't know that necessarily how the billing would be worked. I mean, it could be that the city of Lakeville would be doing the billing, but that's up to how you guys negotiate that joint powers agreement. And where those costs are paid from. So, yes.
In the model that we have with Savage, that similar joint powers agreement, we do the billing and pass through.
We're gonna have managed water meters.
That's coming in a couple of years anyways.
Well, it's, people want to start building though
In
next year.
2025.
We're not ready.
We're not ready.
I just think there's a whole lot of costs that weren't in the Ayler's analysis. I mean, I remember when we did the incorporation hearing and they had $75,000 incremental expense when we became a city, one person. And it's been more than that. And I think they underestimate what the costs are. They're probably pretty close on what the revenue is gonna be. But I don't think they spend a lot of time on the cost. The building fees, for example, the 1.6 million that was just referenced. I mean, I thought our building fees cover our costs, so the net cash impact to the city would be zero. So I don't even,
Be a money maker.
right, so I don't even count that as any net benefit to us. Park costs too, if we collect a bunch of park fees, eventually we have to pay for our park maintenance and all that too. So to me, that's maybe you don't spend it on day one, but eventually you spend that too. And then I think about in 10, 15 years, we'll be upgrading the roads and all that stuff. And that's a cost that's not in the analysis. So when you do the NPV, I did my own NPV based on Ayler's analysis. I get a lot lower net impact than what they do. So that's my concern. I'm just worried about, this is too early. And the biggest worry I have is that I don't hear our residents saying we want developments that look like this in our city. That's what I hear. Not that I'm saying that's a horrible development. I'm sure it's beautiful. My son just purchased something like this in Chaska, so Robert Thomas home. They built homes.
Okay, council members, any other comments, questions? Okay,
Hit mine, fix the street widths.
Todd, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, thank you very much.
Appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
All right, moving on to general business number 7.2, consider patching quotes for Country Court neighborhood. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have in your packet tonight, quotes from two contractors for doing patching in the Country Court neighborhood. Basically, we've done a lot of kind of spot patching in the Country Court neighborhood in the past. And any areas that have not been spot patched in the past have pretty severe delamination, potholes developing. And so the quote you have in front of you tonight would be to kind of construct a temporary overlay over the worst area. So it won't be an overlay over the whole neighborhood, just in the worst areas of that development. We solicited quotes from two contractors that regularly do work within the city. The quote from Prior Lake Blacktop was in the amount of $55,174. The quote from Northwest Asphalt was the amount of $55,860. So based on that, we would recommend to the city if they consider the quote from Prior Lake Blacktop in the amount of $55,174.
Okay,
With that, I can stand for questions.
thank you, Shane. Council members, questions, comments? Councilmember Schomer.
I'd like to make a comment. We, the past few years, we've been doing, inch and a quarter overlays in the, for instance, the retreat area. They've been holding up really well. And if we don't plan to do sewer and water in the next few years, I think we owe it to the residents to improve the road.
Okay, thank you, Leroy. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'd take a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Jay.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Leroy. It's got a motion and a second. Now you are making the motion to approve Blacktop, right?
Correct. Yes, I'm sorry, to approve their bid.
Yep, all right, and you're okay, still seconding, right? All right, so I've got a motion and a second to approve the quote from Prior Lake Blacktop for $55,174. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Here none, motion passes. Moving on to 7.3 Monterey Heights and South Passage Subordinate Service District Update and Proposed Budgets. Administrator Reynolds. You turn your microphone back on, please.
Right, Mayor, Council, thank you. Tonight I have kind of an update on Monterey Heights and South Passage CSTS systems for you. And just kind of walk through what we've done to date. Start back here on this one first. Following the last meeting, we directed staff to have some conversations with the communities and start looking at all of these, looking at this issues. We did have a meeting with Monterey Heights neighborhood. We had good attendance, a full house during that meeting. Discussed kind of what we were looking at and some options. I've got a list of questions from one resident in that neighborhood that I'm still working my way through to get responses to. But we're kind of working through that one. About the following week, we did have the South Passage meeting. That one, we had a couple people from Monterey Heights show up here in-house. We had an online option. I know we had one Monterey resident present at that meeting and a second resident, which I'm not sure if they were from South Passage or Monterey Heights. But we did kind of go through that. It's been an evolving process. Monterey Heights, we didn't have any budget information yet. South Passage, we had some initial budget information put together. Tonight, we've been able to build out that budget information a little bit more. It has a few changes from what we presented to the South Passage group, but it's kind of been an evolving process trying to put all this together and come up with some items and to look at it. So providing a little bit of background, South Passage Subordinate Service District, as we look in it, this slide, it is on the right-hand side of the curved area, that is the South Passage Subordinate Service District, established in 2002 to provide for the operations and maintenance and replacement of the community wastewater system. It services 20 homes. MPCA permits the system and the city is responsible for the operations and maintenance of the system in accordance with the MPCA requirements. Monterey Heights, established in December of 2001, same purpose. It serves 31 homes currently. It has one vacant lot left within the district that could connect or that will connect. And I do believe I've heard that we may be seeing a building permit on that one this summer. MPCA also permits here and city is again responsible for the operations and maintenance of the systems. Just to kind of provide some overview of the two systems, not to go into a whole lot of it. The permit defines the two systems, the Monterey Heights system and the South Passage systems. And as you look at them, you can see Monterey Heights has two 5,000 gallon recirculation tanks, South Passage 2 3,000 gallons. The one 2,000 square foot recirculating gravel filter, which is what was part of the replacement for South Passage with the 3 Advantix recirculating textile media, AX100s and the recirculating textile media filters. There's 12 mounds in South Passage, 14 mounds in Monterey Heights, 4 at-grade systems in Monterey Heights, 4 down gradient wells for Monterey Heights and 3 down gradient wells for South Passage. Kind of put that there so you can see there's some slight nuance differences size-wise between the two systems, with Monterey Heights being slightly larger than the South Passage system. So South Passage is project, just kind of giving us some background on this one. It replaced a 1,200 square foot recirculating gravel filter with the 3 Advantix AX100s recirculating textile media filters. In 2021, the city bonded $150,000 for this project. It was a preliminary bond based on an assessment memo's estimate of the need. The project design was completed after the bonding occurred, and the project was then completed in 2023 with a total project cost of $473,161. That was funded by the $150,000 bond. $144,659 came out of the reserves and $178,502 city interfund loan to pay the project cost in 2023. As we looked at the 2024 budget, we had the budget for both of the systems put together. This budget included the repayment of the 2021 bond and also looked at repayment of the interfund loan from the city and interest on that. And we discussed at this point in time with the 2024 budget, completing a bond in 2024 with our street projects to pay back the city's interfund loan and to reimburse the reserves for the money, since we took almost all the money out of the reserves to fund the project. So this is what we were looking at for the combined budget in 2024. So what we have completed is looking at these proposed budgets, working with our operator to split them out to create a Monterey Heights budget and a separate South Passage budget. As I said, it showed you the beginning to show you that the two systems are not the same size, so it's not just a straight 50-50 split between the two systems. You're looking at Monterey Heights is a little bit larger, so there's some more costs that go through to them on some of the issues, and some of the items have a more straight split as we look at it. So as we look through this, we look at total operating and capital expenses. Monterey Heights is $57,036. This is for the full year 2024 budget. I know we're into May, but this is what their full operating expense and capital expense budget would be for 2024. South Passage comparable operating and capital expense budget would be $38,510. In addition to the South Passage bond, getting some feedback. That's okay. In addition to the operating and capital expenses for South Passage, you're looking at the bond principal and payment or principal and interest payment for 2021 of $32,700. And then the 2024 bonding expense, which is estimated at $21,610. That number has changed since we talked with South Passage earlier. So that's one of the main items that's had a reduction in that amount. And then reserve funding, looking at our current amount that we are funding the reserves, dividing it up between the two systems based off of the proportionate share, puts $54.25 a year into reserves on the Monterey Heights and $36.16 a year in the South Passage side. So kind of total budgeted expenses for the two systems. We have Monterey Heights at $62,461 for the 2024 and South Passage at $96,436. This slide, I'm not going to go through it in any detail, just I'll talk to what it is. There's the 2023 actuals are on here, the 2024 budget. This is reflected what's in the larger kind of grouped categories on the previous page, but it's just kind of looking at it more detailed by line item. One of the residents has been wanting to see this, so we provided the information here, kind of showing what it is by line item. Once again, this is looking at the operating expense and the capital for these two systems.
Kathy, what was the methodology? Because for all, each of these line items to allocate each system.
It was based off of conversations with the operator, based off of where it's at. So it's not a overall methodology. It's looking at what each system has and what the costs are and the expenses are to do each of them. Stuff like Vericom and telephone, they know what's involved with each of the systems, and so that they have that information.
So this was the system operator, not us doing this.
It was us in conjunction with our system operator, putting this together. So as we look at this, we go back to the total operating and capital expenses on Monterey Heights, carried over from the previous page, the 57,036. That puts a monthly rate at 153. 32, we have the reserve funding of 5425, which is 1458 per month per home. We get down to that, which would give, if we were looking at the entire year, $168 a month for a Monterey Heights monthly rate. South Passage, you can see we have the added in here for the 2021 and 2024 expenses, which would put us at $413 a month. And I asterisk this because the 2021 bond expense, that number is built out in such a way that we would have the full 32,700 at the end of the year. So Monterey Heights had paid through April a full payment, which included the bond payment and the bonding, the 2024 bonding expenses had been included in the rate that Monterey Heights was paying. And so this is kind of breaking that out for the 2021 and what we need to be full here. So that's kind of first analysis on what the monthly rate would look like. This next slide takes that analysis a little bit further and looks at the year-to-date revenues. And I have here, that's the expected revenue. So this is based off of what has been billed per home. Looking at it. So this is actuals billed through May. So May's payments are due May 21st. So we haven't necessarily maybe received all payments to date. So this isn't actual revenues. This is what we've billed for revenues to date. The remaining revenue need for Monterey Heights to make them whole for 2024's budget, for the proposed budget we presented, is $107. You start looking at this and you go, this doesn't, if you're trying to divide it by houses and payments and everything else, I'm gonna tell you, you've got a lot of flux going on here. We had 30 homes. We brought online the 31st home. We had 5 months of one rate being received. Then we had 1 month of a lower rate. So there's a lot of, and then we're looking at moving forward. This rate is based off of 31 homes versus the 30 homes because they just, one just came online in April. So like I said, there's a lot of back and forth. So the numbers don't necessarily look at it and go, oh, well, there's 30 homes, there's 31 homes. There's a lot of different pieces and moving parts in that Monterey Heights side of the house. South Passage, we have our total budget of 96,436. Year-to-date expected revenue based off their 20 homes and the 270 that they've been billed as of through the May bill is 27,230, which gives them a remaining revenue need of the 69,206, which would equate to a $494 a month payment for the remainder of 2024. As we look at those. These rates are based off of the rates being adopted and adjusted and put into effect as of June 1st of this year. And that bill would be going out. We bill on the first of the year, so or the first of the month. So 494 would be effective June 1st and moving forward. If we were to hold off and not make any rate adjustments, that in order to make the system whole for budget purposes, that rate could potentially go up come July. We'd have one less month to accommodate and work with that one. So that's what we're looking at this point in time for rate needs and budget needs for the systems.
So question, what did we budget for this per month? 262?
The rates that was being paid to date by the two combined was 270,270.
It's 270. So one's going down 100, one's going up 100. Wait.
Not right now. We're in the middle of the presentation, Nels. Thank you.
So that's what we were looking at as far as our proposed rates, for Monterey Heights and for South Passage. Like I said, this level sets 2024. This it gets us everything that we need to make our bond payment, for the 2021 bond payment, and it covers the 2024 bonding expenses. And kind of level sets both systems for the entire year. So there's no offsetting balances and no time between the two systems for payments. So this kind of level sets 2024 for both systems.
Is there a reason we have to collect all of that by this year? Or could we push it out 2 or 3 years to collect it at a much lower pace?
The 2021 bond, we have to make that payment, so we have to have enough money collected to make your 2021 bond payment. If you try and spread load the 2024 bonding expense out over a longer period of time, that could be, we could look at that option. We have to be able to have the funds to do it, and I don't know what's in reserves to be able to make those payments.
There's also though a true up, right? Because Monterey Heights was paying too much at the beginning, right? They're
Correct, that's coming on down. This is looking at what it would take to basically, if you want to use true up, but this is balancing out 2024.
Right.
Within the year 2024 without any carryover of it to a later year. We could, like I said, you can look at doing that, but we need to look at how do we balance that budget for the for 2021 or for the 2024 year.
So go back to slide 62 or page 62 of the meeting packet, the proposed budget and rate summary. Is that it?
Yeah.
So the 147, you're saying we have to collect that this year because we have to make that payment, the 147.14, right?
Correct. The 160.46 covers the total operating and capital expenses. The
Okay.
147.14
Right.
starting in June would pay the 2021 bond.
Where's the amount that Monterey Heights paid that now South Passage has to pay them back technically because they paid for something that they shouldn't have paid for? How much of the 413 is that? That's the thing I'm asking. Can we push that out at all? If that makes any sense. So do we have to collect it in by the end of the year? Can we give them a couple years to pay that? Do you know my question?
What you're looking at is basically, if we go back on this page, is you would, the piece that you would carry that out over would be in essence your bonding expense, your 2024 bonding expense. And we can't, like I said, we've got the options looking at the amounts they paid in 2022 and 2023. But we need to be able to make 2024's budget and pay all the bills and all the expenses in 2024 as well. So if we're carrying that out to a later date, then we can do some more analysis on what's in the reserves and what we can handle for payments that way. I'm gonna continue on, kind of come back to it and think about how we look at it here. So 2024 bond options for South Passage. We've looked at 3 different options, looking at it for a 10-year, a 15-year, and a 20-year. And again, this 2024 bond would be to repay the city's interfund loan and to replenish the reserves. The key to note is 2021 bonds repayment. It has 2 years left after we pay 2024. We've got 25 and 26. When they did this analysis and we look at that fee per month at the bottom, that does include what it would take to pay back the 21 bond. So that's all inclusive of the 2021 bond and estimated repayments on the 2024. Obviously, we don't have final interest and everything else in place, so we don't have the final amounts, but this is what it is estimated. So your estimated monthly rate for a 10-year is $210.57. For the 15-year, you'd be at $152.48. And at the 20-year, you'd be at 124.97. So looking at repayment options, it's kind of looked at the monthly 2021 bond payment. The 2022, all households were paying $54 a month. In 2023, all households were paying $56 a month. Monterey Heights, it was 11 months that they paid in 2022, so it was 17,820 was the total collected towards the bond, and then in 2023 it was 20,160, which gives us Monterey Heights total bond payments in 22 and 23 is a total of $37,980. If we divide that out over South Passage's 20 homes, that's per home payment of $1,899. Just kind of putting some amounts there to kind of look at what is the impact per home for South Passage. So this bottom chart shows you your 10-year bond, your 15 and your 20-year bond option, and that first column shows the bond payment amount that was a carryover from the previous slide. And then I have a 2-year, 5-year, and a 10-year replacement. We could put in other months or other amounts of years, but just as kind of options to look at how this could play out starting in 2025. That 2-year, 5-year, 10-year payment, that's to repay that $37,980 from the Monterey Heights payments on the South Passage project. So if you look at the 2-year repayment, that's $79.13 per month per home. A 5-year, it's $31.65 per month per home, or a 10-year is $15.83 per month per home. Add that in with your 10-year bond or your bond payments down below. You can see what your monthly payment would be for the bond and the repayment on the Monterey Heights over those relevant time periods.
What's in the 494? What are you assuming right now for the bond? Is it 10, 15, or 20?
For
The remaining revenue needed on,
the 494, that doesn't include anything that includes your bond issuance costs. Oops. But it does not include any bond repayment money at this point in time because the bond hasn't been issued yet. So that's bond issuance.
okay, I'm getting totally confused. So is South Passage, we're talking about South Passage monthly rate going to be more than $494?
For 2024, no, it would be to make 2024 balance out even at the end of the year for both SSDs for both districts. You would need 494 on the South Passage side, 494 a month starting June on the South Passage side to make that balance in 2024. Moving forward in 2025, you would look at, I'm going to flip back, sorry, here.
So it's,
Moving into 25, you would look at the base for the total operating and capital is 160, the reserves is 15, so 176 roughly a month is kind of that base. Just looking at 2024 with no escalations, cost escalations in 25, you would have 176 plus
whatever the bond is.
plus whatever is up off of that scale in the bottom.
Right.
Choose your bond length, choose your repayment length, and that would be your additive to that 176. Like I said, that's an estimate right now, as we don't have the 25 budget built. On the Monterey Heights side, once again, the scale still looks the same at the top. It's the same thing. Their payment is $37,980 that they've paid towards the South Passage project. The reimbursement amount per home is $1,266. We are verifying property ownership to ensure we have proper distributions, make sure, that property is sold and somebody else has came in and paid, we'd have to ensure all of that. So that's a step that we still need to make. And look at that one. Our recommendation is to pay from the South Passage reserves. Once the 2024 bond proceeds are received, we can use that to repay the Monterey Heights for the overpayments, which then in turn allows South Passage to repay, replenish their reserves based off of that repayment schedule presented on the previous slide. So kind of options as we look at that is ending the administrative combination. Each district would move forward as their own independent system of financials. We'd have two budgets. We'd be breaking those that fund out to two separate funds to clear the budgets and the financials for the two systems. 2024 budgets and rates, like I said, to make these systems, both systems whole at the end of the year would take rates of $107 and $494 respectively, starting June 1st. 2025 rates, estimated need would be about $168 a month for Monterey Heights. That's once again based off the 2025 budget. We'd have to look and see, or no, that's based off of the 2024 budget. So if there's cost adjustments for 25, that would impact that number. The South Passage, their base need, as I said a little bit ago, base need would be approximately 176, depending on the final 2025 budget planning, and then the bond repayment. So that would be plus the bond repayment and the repayment from selected from earlier. You still have the option, residents could petition to formally combine into a single district. We would need 50% of each subordinate service district would need to complete a petition in order to have that occur. To date, I've not had any interest or inquiries on that process. Actions for tonight, you can consider approval of the proposed budgets for Monterey Heights Subordinate Service District and the South Passage Subordinate Service District. You can consider approval of the utility rates for Monterey Heights and South Passage to be effective on June 1st, which would go with the next bill. Consider payments to Monterey Heights residents from the South Passage reserves once the 2024 bond proceeds are received, and provide thoughts and guidance on 24's bond length and thoughts on South Passage repayment length. Conversations I had with a South Passage resident on that one, one resident who had contacted me directly on this one was just to consider stretching it out as much as possible. So looking more at that 20 or that, the 20-year or 10-year repayment length and on the bond as well, to kind of try and spread that cost out as much as possible as they looked at it. So that was one feedback I'd heard from a resident on that, from their thoughts and requests. If you happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I have a few.
Councilman Sonnenbeck, you want to start?
Going back to the page 8, the budget. I'm just kind of curious because I'm just looking at some of these things. We have the 2023 actual, and then we're budgeting, starting right off with wages and salaries. And it's our new budget passed between these two is almost 4 times what the actual was in 2023. Can you explain that?
Yes, Councilor, I can explain. So 2023, you were only, the subordinate service districts were only billing or being billed for finance time. And so it was, and then our finance director was still part-time for a portion of the year and then full-time, and then had so there's some fluctuations in there with the finance director in 2023. In 2024 now, we are also budgeting for administrator, for the city administrator and the finance director, for both of our time and kind of work on the districts. So that's your biggest change, is the addition of that to the budget.
It's a big change. There's a few other things in here. Also, a question on the cutting of trees, which is a big item in that. It wasn't in last year's budget.
Yes, that is, that was a recommended maintenance, from the operator, that when we did the 2024 budget planning, that they indicated was a need for 2024 was to do some tree maintenance. So
Okay. Did they provide the breakdown between the two, Salt Passage and Monterey, or is that something that we just kind of figured?
no, we were involved with them and had a conversation with them, basically going line by line through this to get their input and feedback on what the breakout is between the two systems.
Okay. Yes, it just seems like we've got a pretty big run up over last year. It's almost 20,000.
You've got several different items in your 24 budget. If we go back to our 24 budget planning, and remember that the tree cutting, the tree trimming, as you can see, wasn't in the previous budgets. That's an add for this year. A cost of something that needed to be done and completed. The capital outlay, I know we showed 10,817, but that's our CIP for the jetting, which is a third of the systems a year for the next 3 years, was in our capital plan for that. We also had money on the system in the 2024 budget to do the capital planning, so we can kind of be in compliance with the MPCA requirements for budget planning and budget needs for replacement and the capital outlays for the systems, which is a MPCA permit requirement. So those are all additives to the budget for 24 when we did the 24 budget. So that's
So
part
we
of the
don't have,
differences.
with the septic pumping, then we don't have as much of it, looks like that number's about half. Is that sufficient for the budget, or are we just not doing that much pumping because we did it all last year?
That was the recommended amount from the operator on the system, from our operator for what our need was for this year.
Cycles. Yeah, I'm guessing not. And then can you explain the capital outlay difference? And what is the capital outlay?
I'm not sure what all, it was included in the capital outlay last year in that 23 actuals off the top of my head. The 24 capital outlay, that 5845 is the jetting for these systems.
No, I'm looking down below. There's a capital outlay line. It's
Yes.
last 10,817 last year. Overall 5845 this year.
Correct. That's the 10,000. I'm not sure what all the specifics are in the 2023 actuals for the 10,000. The 5,845 in 2024 is the jetting for the systems.
Have you, what is the association themselves set on their feelings, how they wanna? I know you said you talked to one resident, but how to deal with the payback and everything else. Have you got an actual official or not?
As I said, we had potentially one resident from South Passage participate in the meeting. For the South Passage meeting, and then I had one resident to contact me. They do have an attorney here tonight, so that may be why none of them participated in the meetings or contacted me more directly, so.
Is that a safe way to hear? We did already.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
I kind of want to hear what their attorney wants to say. Before we vote on something. Like, I don't know why she's here tonight. Do we care?
The attorney during open forum asked that you table consideration of this to allow them to request some additional documentation that they've not had. So this would be the first time we've had communications with their attorney, so.
Okay, so they haven't sent us a letter stating anything?
No, so during
Okay.
open forum, she did request that you table it and not take any action. You know, and council can make that decision to table it. My only thing is as we look at how we handle it, the numbers will change because this is based off of June 1. So if we have less months that we're making adjustments to any rates on, numbers will change. Yeah, which is fine. We can do all that and make those adjustments. I just caution to make sure that people understand that those numbers won't necessarily remain the same moving forward.
I don't know what protocol is, but I'd like to know what the attorney thinks of that. If she's representing them, I'd like to know, yeah, are they okay with, they're gonna have a bigger bill if we wait another month?
What's
And-
our attorney advise?
Mr. Mayor, Council, as Kathy indicated, our first notice from the homeowners association attorney was introducing herself to us tonight. So I can't really give you an informed opinion about where they're coming from or what this might mean, other than to invite her to speak to you now, if you would like to hear from her.
I would.
Sure.
Is there anything more you'd like to say?
She's an attorney, of course.
You turn on the mic, please.
Hold the square button down. There you go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I greatly appreciate that. One comment I do want to make is I think things are moving quickly. I've not quite had the opportunity to dive into the details of this. It looks like there's been a history of sounds like overpayment by Monterey Heights and an underpayment by South Passage. The reason why the association hasn't reached out is because we've been in review of all the documents. And my understanding was there was a meeting last week that I was going to attend, but I believe was canceled because there were no more information to be presented. And so I've been using this last week to go through the documents and see where things stand. But that being said, I've had a look at the monthly payments that have been made since the district has been created. And it looks like there is insurance and different funds and reserves to go towards issues such as these. And I would like to look more into where those funds stand. Because, you know, as shown in the presentation, these districts have been operating since 2001. I don't think it should come to anyone's surprise that repairs are necessary at this point. I understand there's been repairs to South Passage's side of the district, but it could also be a matter of time where the other surrounding districts will need repairs. So I would like to ask the council to table this for future consideration. And I understand, you know, you may not have a meeting for an extra month, but it might be fruitful for myself, Monterey Heights, and city administrator and city attorney to sit down and work through this because there are considerable costs involved. And there's been some discrepancies on what the initial budget were to be. And then today, it seems like the budget has doubled, tripled to what it was initially. So we would like that opportunity. And again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
I have a question though. Did South Passage hire you to like, what do they think? Why did they come to you?
Yeah, so attorney-client privilege can't disclose everything here tonight, but what I can disclose is there's a lot of information going out there. I think this first came about, if memory serves me right, a couple months ago, if not this past month. I saw in the April 15th city council meeting, there's a discussion on how to resolve this, and that was this past month. And so I think there's just been a lot of information. And then homeowners are now receiving that, saying, oh my goodness, our monthly bill is going up substantially. Why is that? So I think right now it's in the preliminary question phase of what does this mean? We'd like to be informed residents. Let's hire legal counsel to make the right decision.
And would your clients would they understand that if we wait another month, that the bill, it'll be bigger? And if we start billing June 1st, are they okay with that?
Yeah, I think the consideration on that is there'll be more interest to pay over the course of a month. I don't see the harm overall. The same amount will be paid regardless, right? If the money has to be paid. Yes. So that's another point of consideration too, is can these residents pay the amount in full? Or can they spread it out over the life of the system? for future homeowners to also pay into that because they will be benefiting from the system. There's a lot of questions at this point. I don't have all the answers. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have to make a bond decision tonight? Or can that? Was that part of tonight's discussion?
That was one of the actions that staff would like to, so that they can prepare for future.
Right.
It's discussions is, back to the bond repayment schedule of. Do you want to do a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year bond to cover this?
Right.
And move on, but that still doesn't cover, that has no impact on how we cover the shortfall this year.
Right.
Could,
Right.
just offer, maybe we could have the attorney take back to them that maybe they could make that recommendation to us as to what they want by the June 3rd meeting. Where we could at least get that part taken care of.
Which part?
Figuring out
What term?
the term of the bond, so that we could kind of work forward on that part of it. If that's what we need.
We'll be bonding in August, so we still have a little bit of time. Yeah, yeah, so we're not on we have to have
That tonight.
a bond, a length that we want to do the bond for yet. So it's just kind of, like I said, these are the different things that we're gonna have to think through and we're gonna have to be making some decisions on. So if you had any thoughts on it tonight, we can take that as we continue to look at it. And then continue to work it maybe in a focus, right now, like the repayment, we were looking at 2, 5, and 10. If we're wanting to look longer, I can match it up to, the bond links at 10, 15, or 20, I think it was. So it's just, we can build all sorts of scenarios, but if there's kind of thoughts on what you're
directions
looking
we
at
can
and
focus in on
directions,
one.
then we can do that. If you want to, at this point in time, not provide any more insight or thoughts on it, but allow us to have some conversations with their attorney, then that's fine too. We can move forward in that direction and have some conversations and then bring back another update to you at a later meeting.
So then if we're looking to possibly table this, how long do we table this?
If we're bonding in August, we're gonna deal with it next month.
Okay, so should we look at it like the second meeting of June?
How much time do you think you need to put
So I guess they need
scenarios together?
It depends on how long it takes us to have meetings and start having conversations. We can bring it back, we can bring it back either the first or the second meeting in June. We'll put it on the agenda if you wish to table it. Based off of our
almost right around the corner.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks.
weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we meet every 2 weeks.
Right.
Well, why don't we just leave it as to a meeting in June? If they're ready by the first meeting, they're ready by the first meeting. If they have, then they have the second meeting to fall back.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we table it until a meeting in June.
Okay. Do we have a second on that? Did you
Could I
have a
amend that
question?
motion?
Yeah.
We also or maybe their attorney can do this, but I want the residents to tell us what term they want for their bond. I don't want to have to. I don't want to get yelled at for picking the wrong term. So can we get the residents to tell us what they want, or is that our job to do it?
Could we have a point of clarification? Do you represent both Monterey Heights and South Passage, or do we need to also?
It's just so.
Just South Passage. So. I mean, that's certainly part of the opportunity that can happen during the meeting while staff is meeting with representation.
I just want them to tell us what right, or are we supposed to pick for them?
Well, ultimately, we have to make the decision, right?
Ultimately, but can't we listen to what they want to do?
Absolutely.
And then it's their bills that they're gonna pay. It's not come out of my pocket, so I just assume that they tell us what to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if I have to amend Jay's.
I don't think so. I think that's.
Okay, well, then I'll second his motion.
Hang on, you're right.
Don't we usually bond for 10 years?
Typically, we have, yes, on our road projects, we've always bought it for 10 years. Because we expect that road project life to be for 20, and we don't want to be up on top of it again, right? I mean, I would,
What's the life of the system that we're looking at? I mean, is that
it's
something we have
lasted,
to
it
consider?
lasted 20 years.
Right.
Well, this time, right?
Right.
So a 20-year bond could be the life of the system.
And we write $150,000 bond was a 5-year bond.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to table this item for tonight. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We'll see that one back in June then. Next up, Stonebridge Estates upgrades to the wastewater treatment system project. Looks like Engineer Nelson has this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I just have some updates for you to consider tonight since our last meeting. So as a reminder, we were kind of going down the path of completing an upgrade project to the Stonebridge Estates community septic treatment system. The total estimated project cost based on the bids received was $877,638. As discussed at the April 15th city council meeting. We also presented at that meeting an alternative that the city could consider. That alternative would involve making a permanent sewer connection to the city of Lakeville. And ask the council to table the decision on April 15th to allow some staff time to investigate the city of Lakeville option. So a couple of things that have occurred since then, Administrator Reynolds and myself have met with the city of Lakeville, with their city manager and city engineer. And they were very open to this, to the sewer connection. They stated that they have other, call them utility agreements with other jurisdictions, and that it would be a relatively simple utility agreement. So really, there were no major obstacles identified there. We also met with the Metropolitan Council and discussed the proposed connection or the concept of a connection with Met Council staff. And again, we didn't identify any major obstacles, but one thing that they did say is that the area of the Stonebridge Estates neighborhood or any development that were to connect will be used in density calculations for the city. So we heard earlier today, you know, the 3 units per acre. That is the target that Met Council requires us to hit, is a 3 unit per acre average. The Stonebridge Estates development, I mean, there's the community septic treatment system area, there's the HOA open space. So that would kind of cause or create a need to identify some, you know, maybe some medium density or higher density uses otherwhere in the city to balance out our comp plan. So that's one consideration that I want to make sure the council is aware of.
What is the density of that?
Of those neighborhoods?
Yeah. Was there?
1 acre, 1 to 1.
Oh, the open space, because the lots aren't that big, but
There's still like 2.5.
because the HOA owns the open space, they're included in the density calculation.
So it's still roughly 2.5 acres overall.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite that, maybe because I believe originally when the development occurred, they were given a density bonus for the amount of the open space. So it's probably a little bit denser than the 1 for 2.5 acres. The Met Council staff also stated that if it's HOA property or anything privately owned, like an amenity space, that would be included in the calculation. But if it were to become a public park, like a city-owned park, then that would not be included in the calculation. So that's something that we could have a planning staff take a look at, you know, kind of both ways. If you want to continue investigating this option. But short of that, I mean, it would require a comprehensive plan amendment. The MCES, the engineering staff also indicated that they have to do some capacity, you know, some downstream capacity analysis, but really this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the overall amount of flow that their interceptors get.
Well, no, I think we're also having some hopes that there are other things that might tie into that to reduce the cost to that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Other developments?
Yeah.
Meaning the others CSPS.
Yes, that we have, and
Like if Monterey Heights could connect in the future.
And or if
if
Lakeville's own properties start tying into the same line of Danforth. Are we?
But then we're screwing our density up calculation.
No, the existing neighborhoods.
Talking about the existing, yeah, I understand we are, but we also.
But the existing neighborhoods will-
$2.5 million cost. Putting this thing in, and you're not gonna put that on 30 homes.
Yeah, so, Mayor and Council, so yes, that is something that we would, anticipate be evaluated if we're to move forward with this option. Is that at least the force main is size large enough such that it can take in, the three developments, Stonebridge Estates, Monterey Heights, and South Passage at some point in the future. It wouldn't be necessary to connect now. We wouldn't anticipate that, you know, Monterey Heights and South Passage would want to connect anytime soon, because there would be additional costs. It would be costs over and above that 2.3 million. So, but yeah, the idea would be to, and we provided that message to Met Council as well, that, you know, the immediate need or the immediate question is whether or not Stonebridge would be allowed to connect. But also we'd want to, you know, in the future, put these other developments connect if there was a need or a desire. So.
What does Lakeville get out of this? It seems like they're really interested in now connecting our neighborhoods. Do they get a lower cost from the Met Council then?
Usage of capacity.
So their costs go down? I'm just wondering.
It goes down, but
No.
I mean, they have they constructed a system of a certain capacity. If there's excess capacity, then there's rate paying on that, right? So. Otherwise, it's dead ended.
Getting back to the density, so the existing home though, if they're bigger density in the southern part, they're gonna be counted towards our overall city density, so it's gonna make it harder to get the three,
Yeah.
right, so that's what I'm talking about, I'm not talking
Yeah.
about the new ones.
Right. Yeah, because there'd be no new ones, but
Right.
that's where I think there'd have to be a study on. And some discussion on whether or not the open space
Counts,
could, or could be transferred. To
To
city ownership so that it doesn't count,
yeah,
right? Because
Yeah.
if it's in the HOA, it counts. If
but
it's
then we have
not,
to maintain it, right?
Right. Depends on what that means. Again, Bill, questions that we haven't gone forward with, because I think staff is waiting for us to determine if we want to go forward in studying that option or not.
Yeah, and that's, and one other point to that is, on buildable areas, so, wetlands, bluffs, I don't think we have any bluffs out there. But they can be netted out from the calculation. So there are a significant amount of wetlands, in the Stonebridge, you know, they have kind of those trails and the boardwalks going through them, so. So those will be netted out, but, you know, the presence of the boardwalks may be a maintenance concern for the city to consider whether or not we want to accept that as a city park. We also reached out to Scott County and spoke with Craig Jensen over at County Highway Department. He said it'd be a fairly simple utility permit. You know, there's pretty wide right of way all the way to the border from the recent improvement project. So there'd probably be adequate right of way. He mentioned a little bit of concern with the underpass, the pedestrian underpass, and I don't think that's would be really a consideration because we would be under that elevation. I also reached out to Dakota County and spoke with a right-of-way permitter at Dakota County. Again, no major obstacles were identified. And then just on Friday, Administrator Reynolds and myself had a conversation with MPCA staff and primarily talking about funding options and their project priority list. And they encouraged the city to apply for the project priority list. We've actually missed the application window for this year, but they stated that because of the need or the circumstance, they would accept a application until May 28th. So that's part of the discussion tonight on whether or not the city would like to fill out a pretty simple application to be considered placed on the project priority list. What that would do is it help they would score our project, and they would actually suggest that we score it both ways. Both moving forward with the $877,000 project, or looking at the Lakeville sewer connection project. With the funding that's available through the MPCA is primarily low interest loans. And they have some different factors, or depending on how a project scores, depends on how well or how much better than traditional rates. But the one interesting component is the $877,000 project could be eligible for a 25% loan forgiveness. And we don't know that yet because we haven't applied for it, and so that's something that we're suggesting to the city that we further investigate.
Need action on that.
Let's see, so one other thing is I believe we are still waiting for a financial analysis from Ellers that has not come in yet, correct?
I received it this afternoon, so I haven't had
Okay.
much opportunity to digest, how it's,
So that financial analysis, I mean, the goal is to kind of compare that $877,000 project with the $2.3 million project, the Lakeville sewer connection. And, we haven't had a chance to review that yet, but one thing to consider is if we continue with the community septic treatment system, we're likely to have these same discussions every year in the future, every few years in the future, because there's several components. Those components go bad over time. Right now, these systems are 20 years old. 20 years from now, they'll be 40 years old. And so there's going to be continued expense. Whereas if we look at that lift station option with the force main, I mean, we're talking HDPE or a PVC pipe, something that has a 100-year service life. Maybe we have to replace a few pumps over the, every 10 years, you kind of do a regular maintenance, and maybe every 20 years you replace a pump. That's not that large of an expense as compared to replacing mounds, replacing system components. And so that's why we think that the Lakeville sewer connection might have some promise, or it might be attractive. Because after you pay for the initial cost of the system, then you're looking at that maybe closer to a $40 per month sewer bill, as opposed to a few $100s. So with that, I guess we had indicated on April 15th that we would take this as our goal back for an update on tonight's meeting. And so that is the information we have tonight. Really, staff's recommendation is either way. We think that it probably makes sense to reject the current bids. That would allow us to make an application on the project priority list, see how our project scores either way, and come back to the council with more information in the future.
Okay, thank you, Shane. Council members, comments, questions?
Make a motion to do that.
To reject it?
To reject it. And follow.
Yeah, I just had a question. Do you know if is property value a component of whether we get favorable interest on that the FSCA funding grant or low interest loan, does market value have any?
It does with one of their scoring criteria. But they have 3 different scoring criteria. So it does with one of the scoring criteria, not with the other. There's one that's more like environmental. And that's where the staff's initial reaction was that the $877,000 project would probably score better or qualify for that 25% forgiveness.
Okay.
So I think either way, I think it sounds like the right move is to reject the bids and continue on for, get
Get a solution.
forms filled out.
Yep.
Try to apply, get the applications filled out and,
Absolutely.
right. So with that, then I guess I would ask for a motion then to reject the bids and direct staff to continue investigating the Lakeville sewer connection alternative.
So moved. Mr. Mayor, if you could just reject the bids and direct staff to fill out an application to place this project on the project order.
Would you like to amend your motion?
Right, and work on the 877. It's the Lakeville option, right?
Well, that's why we're amending the agenda, amending the motion to take out the Lakeville connection and just say, complete the application.
Okay.
So you're good with that motion?
Yes, I am.
So Bill, is it?
Second.
I guess
Or
Leroy beat you to it,
That's
so we'll
fine. He can put his name next to it.
we'll go with Jay and Leroy on that one. All right, so I've got a motion and a second to reject the bids and direct staff to work on the MPCA funding grant applications. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on to 7.5 under general business, CSTS private system repairs, Administrator Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor, council. My mic working again. I provided notice to the council that, the CSTS systems, the private system repairs, historically had been billed by the city kind of more on an annual basis. And, we've been billing those through, noted that we needed to get these billings completed. And when they went in to look at it, realized that we'd missed 2023 had not been billed, and originally thought was 2022 had not been billed in total, but it has some of 2022 has been billed. So we have private system repairs for the territory, 4 homes in just over $3,000. And then for 2022 that have not been billed and should be billed out in 2023. We have a total of 7 homes and territories, 1 in Monterey Heights, 1 in Stonebridge, and 1 in South Passage. For a total of just around $4,000 that need to be billed out. Then 2024's billings, we are working on getting those out. This is somewhat of a making council aware that this is happening, making community aware that we have these bills that would be coming out, and just making sure, council's guidance is to go ahead and move forward with these billings in accordance with our ordinance and practice. Noting that 4 homes are going to get a bill that'll be a couple of years old this time.
Council members, questions, comments?
Comment is, I don't like back billing something that's more than 12 months old. I don't think it's, we made a mistake. In my opinion, we don't go back that far. And if I was a landlord, personal, I dispute the bill. That's my only
Same
comment.
thing. We're giving that with the other taxpayers' money.
I would do that for any taxpayer though. So, I don't know. That's just the only comment I have.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Anybody else?
I don't like it. I don't like what we have here, but I would say more likely we probably need to get this covered. And we should give a longer period of time to pay it back. Maybe that would be my suggestion. And then we should probably make a going forward to make sure that these aren't annually billed. I think they should be billed. They should
month that they happen.
occur in the month that they occur. I don't think anybody likes to get a bill later, even if it's wait a year to bill it. The other thing that happens with that is properties are spot sold, and it starts becoming difficult.
That'll be my question. If the bill's going, if the property's been sold, if we're gonna reach out to the previous property owner.
I really have no standing to collect that.
Probably not.
No.
Yours were probably on that, but I think with these other ones, I think it's very get bills out. Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
I certainly know the problem, the 2023, I think we need to get those billed as soon as we can. I'm with Bill on the 2022. I have a hard time going back that long, and especially because property owners might have changed. That and I do appreciate your comment, Jay, on making it try to extend those terms. Administratively, does that cost more to extend the terms? Because then you have to remember to put that back in the queue again to, you know, whatever that payment out ends up being. Ends up taking more time to do, right?
It's a legal question. Do we get ourselves in trouble by doing it differently for 1 year's worth of billing versus like being discriminatory against certain? Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Market, I'm not sure I do understand the discrepancy, the differential when you say discriminatory.
Well, we're contemplating not backfilling the 2022 billings.
Yeah.
But we are gonna bill the 2023 billings, and the residents that won't get billed in 2022 are happy, and the 2023 billing, they're gonna get, well, why can't we have that?
But the other side of it is, these are pass-through costs that, you know, they have to pay for themselves. The city doesn't pay for that. So if we forgive the debt, what happens is the city takes it on and the rest of the taxpayers actually assume that debt. So that's also a legal question. Do we have the authority to do that?
Your Honor, council members, the city has the legal right to collect these debts going back 6 years. I don't see any obvious legal exposure to the city for making a decision to not collect over a certain period of time on an aging receivable. I would say it's very unusual. And you may have some pushback that I can't foresee right now because it is sort of untested. But I don't see legal exposure like on a discriminatory basis.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion that we build the 2023 and not build the 2022.
Okay,
That's my motion.
Before that, when these systems came on, we said that the residents would assume any financial responsibility. Other than.
out of the tax levy.
Tax levy for, other than the subordinate service district. So.
That's why I'm at.
So, I hear you.
Okay. Well,
What would Eve do?
I will withdraw my motion. And let someone else motion.
okay, well, I was gonna say, if nobody's seconded anyways,
Right.
does anybody else have a motion on a solution to handle this?
Sure, send out bills to all. See what we get back.
Okay, so Leroy's making a motion to build the amounts as listed.
I second it.
Jay seconds that one. Okay, so I get motion by Leroy, second by Jay. Motion is second to bill the 2022 and 2023 outstanding CSTS private system repairs as noted. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-1.
Further discussion? Make sure that we get these bills out for the ongoing.
Monthly basis, yes. Agreed.
Counselor Sonnenbeck, we have made that adjustment and we're working on getting them sent out contemporaneous to receiving the bills from MSU. We'll be working on that moving forward.
Perfect. All right. Item 7.6, Public Works Supervisor, Administrator Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We have completed the advertisement interviews for the Public Works Supervisor position. Council had previously, we had worked on a Public Works Maintenance position. We lost that candidate and we decided to move forward with a Public Works Supervisor position. We did receive applicants from 5 candidates. 3 candidates were interviewed. The experiences that they bring vary greatly. And I know when we had envisioned putting in place the Public Works Supervisor, it was, if I talk with my hands here, I'm sorry, it's the easiest way I can talk through this. The Public Works Supervisor was to give us the mid-level person that could handle the lower level work. We were hoping to get somebody that was kind of in that base maintenance positions elsewhere that would be potentially ready to move up into that mid-level supervisory position of the Public Works Supervisor, so that they could do to do kind of that outside work as well as helping us do some of the planning and more organizational work of setting up a department, setting and running public works, and figuring all that out. With the candidates we had come in, we had 2 candidates that really would fit that perspective. We had an additional candidate that came in that is really at a higher level position that is looking at that kind of that mid-level position, willing to be able to go out and do the work, but brings us that much higher level skill set. Has the capability of really doing more of that public works director capability. Sit in the mid-level, so you're really getting somebody with the higher skill set at right now at that public works supervisor position. With the ability to go out and do some of that outside level work. But really, as we start looking at some of the water projects and water meters and all of that other piece and project management, they have that skill set to be at the, to run the higher piece. So very disparate, kind of pieces. We've looked at it in kind of in the context of the lower level person ready to move to the mid-level and being able to do all of the outside. We've got a candidate that has the higher level experience that could handle the bigger picture stuff, do more of the strategic planning, strategic work, also willing to go outside and do some of the outside stuff. And just kind of seeking your guidance. So I would say the 2025 budget, I would be looking for, you know, kind of looking at pricing a contractor to do that higher work, to help come in and do the training and helping provide some assistance to that mid-level and doing some of the project management and helping us through some of these larger projects that we have coming up. So, you know, that kind of plays into all of the equation as we're looking at it. So I wanted to bring it to council and kind of get your thoughts. As there's 2 different directions we could really take this position right at the moment moving forward.
Okay. Council members, your thoughts?
I don't think we're ready to move forward with any of that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've subcontracted out all the work for the summer. So what is this person gonna do?
Eric, you wish for me to provide some thoughts?
This
Yeah, we are getting ready to go into budget season and to start building that 2025 budget. This person, I know we have contractors out there doing the mowing, and the CSTS mowing for this year, so they're not doing that work. But it's getting out there, getting inventory and status condition of all of our assets, figuring out where's that at, putting together a plan to start maintaining these on a regular routine cycle, figuring out where the needs are instead of just being reactionary to residents' complaints. And putting all of that together, building up a department, looking at buying the equipment, because we can't take away those subcontractors until we figure out where we can buy equipment and get equipment or rent equipment and getting all of that lined up for that work. And really standing up that department and coordinating with these contractors, coordinating the work. We have stormwater maintenance that's in the budget for this year, to look at. We don't have anybody working on it to get it coordinated, to get it to happen. We know there's stormwater drains and systems that need to be cleaned, that need to be repaired. Those need to be identified, plans need to be made and put together, whether it's getting a contractor to get out here and do it, or how do we move forward. And if you look at that, the higher level, we need to start making plans to figure out, looking at water metering infrastructure, SCADA systems for how that comes into the system, and doing reviews and selections of those, and starting to put that together to figure out what that budgetary need is and what that timeline is for implementation to help us with water coming over from Savage to get to Country Port, So we have that in place for that. And if the Traditions PUD kind of moves forward, then that puts a real-time crunch on doing that at a much faster level. And putting all of that together, you look at the CSTS systems, we pay the operator to come down and do monthly, they'll come down and trim some grass, do weed whacking. They will require to do, I don't remember if it's monthly or weekly rodent inspections. Those are simple things that our public works person could be doing, so we're not paying the mileage and the time for the contractor to be doing it, and the public works person is at a much lower hourly rate than that CSTS operator is. In addition to figuring out what other maintenance pieces that they can take on over time. So there's a lot of different things that they can be doing and they can be helping, in addition to, depending on where they're at and who we bring into the position, helping out with some of the project management of the Stonebridge project and looking at these Lakeville options and putting all of that together.
Question. Do we have where are we with our pay scale that we comp plan that we've been working on? So before we move ahead with the clerk or public works guy, we should get the pay comp plan thing sorted out.
I would agree with that.
Which scale we're going with.
So we did approve pay ranges for both those positions.
We did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Public Works Supervisor was approved at $32 to $40, a range of $32 to $40 an hour.
You're talking about somebody at a higher.
No, I'm talking about this 10% that they get every year increase is what I'm talking.
Right, yep, I don't agree with that.
Right, so we need to do something about that, but we had a public works contractor in this year's budget. They were gonna cut the grass, mow ditches, cut trees, garbage refuse, plow government center, gravel shoulder work, repairs and maintenance, mounds, NSU task, plowing for CSTS. Someone to do that. Plus, we're gonna hire someone a little higher up so they can also do some maintenance.
Planning.
Which I was okay with,
But-
I think we agreed to that.
But he's,
So I'm confused, why aren't we trying to find that person that we budgeted this year, plus the thing we approved?
so Bill, what Kathy is saying is that there's two levels of people that have applied for the job, that are qualified for the job. One is willing to take a step, is looking to take a step back from the job he has today
Yeah,
and take a lower role.
yep,
Two are up and comers, are are in a, PW1 level job today.
Yeah.
Looking to take the next step up.
okay, so you're asking
She's
for what,
looking for-
okay, I do the PW1, moving their step, going up.
Do any of these candidates have wastewater licenses at this point?
All of them have utility experience. The two have collection wastewater, to work on collection systems. The higher level one has been running a utility.
So probably not a wastewater.
He's had a wastewater, but his is not current
Current.
because they had some other ones, but he's been a general manager over the utilities. So he's got that higher level experience and knowledge that, as I said, looking into 2025, that's something that we need to be bringing in. So you have the option to bring it in with through an employee, or to stay with the mindset that we had, which was the lower level position. Kind of the training up instead of bringing down. And that's where it's kind of that balancing point of what do we want to do? Knowing that if you bring in the lower level with the mid-level position, we're going to spend time training them. And then with 2025's budget, we'd be bringing in a recommendation for some public works director contract funding as well to help us with the public works needs that we have.
Which comp plan are they gonna be offered?
We're gonna offer them a salary, it should be within a range. And,
Within the approved range for the
Yeah.
position.
yeah, So we technically don't need a comp plan approved when we hire that person, but we do need someone because we have to, before these anniversary dates come up again for each person's job, we need to know. I want to abolish the grades, but so we have to do something. So I gave direction. I'd rather go down. I'd rather hire someone that can go up as opposed to someone that can go down, just because I get concerned with someone that they won't work as hard when you go down. People coming up in their life, they're more ambitious in my opinion. So, plus, yeah,
Half the stuff on
I
the
think-
list isn't gonna get done this year because it's.
that's why I'm thinking, why are we doing anything this year, right?
That's my.
Why don't we just say we're not doing this year, put it in the budget for next year?
Except that the biggest savings, I think, probably to some of our residents coming at CSTS function instead of paying NSU at what are we, 150?
I think most of the work is done by somebody that's, I think it's at 100.
100, so.
We had
If we're-
15,000
if we're-
savings. We had 15,000 savings for NSU tasks in the budget. But,
You're gonna spend 40 to say 15.
right, that's the thing. Yeah. If we hire him in June or July, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And
I,
if I may, this will go into the, the next budget discussion. And what kind of budgeting are we looking at? If we're not bringing them on, we work in the reactionary world at this point in time, and we will continue to work reactionary. This position is getting us into planning, identifying what we have, identifying the conditions, identifying the needs, and being able to plan our budgets. And so that kind of goes into the next discussion on where do we want to start working with our 2025 budget as we consider stuff. So this position kind of plays into all of that as well.
Well, I mean, we can certainly plan for it. I don't see a need, which is why I raised that whole thing when we were doing contracts for all these things.
well, we had to have the work done.
We had to have the work done, but could we also negotiate possibly an early out of the contract so that somebody could take it over?
Right.
But we didn't do that, so now we have.
I just don't think we would have found anyone that
Possibly would accept that.
No,
or they would have
It's hard to
charged.
get
You can't.
early out of the seasonal
Right,
contract.
and invest in the equipment and people.
Well, then maybe we should be hiring this guy at the end of the year, at the end of the summer. When we can do something else. Move into the rest of it.
Okay. If that's where that lands, then that's where that one lands.
We're gonna hold off.
I don't hear anybody.
I don't have a problem holding off.
I don't.
And if we do hold off, though, if we don't hold off, then I take the lower level person.
Yeah.
So I'm either way, because we already,
Take the lower level person, what's he gonna do?
well, I heard that there's a million things to do.
There's plenty to do. I can guarantee you there's plenty of work for a public works person.
Maybe we can get him to do a
get 'em
vision
in And get them working.
for the city. He can work on a vision. He can be the
Yeah.
facilitator. Because I think we need to do that before we start talking about the budget.
Yeah.
I want to do that before the budget. So. Yeah. By the way, where's the truck? Are we storing it now somewhere?
Yeah.
Also, one day was gone.
Yep. Okay. I guess we'll move on with no action on that then. 7.7, 2025 preliminary budget kickoff discussion, Administrator Reynolds. You're dismissed.
Okay, thank you.
I thought you were, I didn't think you were waiting for me to dismiss you. I saw you closing up your stuff.
Just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything that needed to stick around for.
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane.
Later, Jason.
All right, Mayor, Council, wanted to kick off some of our initial budget planning and just have some conversations on some different topics as we look at our 2025 budget. To get some initial thoughts on where you want to go with the budget so that we can start building that and being ready to bring it back to you. So I just wanted to start, I've done a couple of presentations now out in the community and in different locations. And I think it's some good information to kind of keep in the back of our mind. Credit River Township in 2020 was the 5th most populous township out of the 1,790 townships in Minnesota. Population at that point in time is greater than 61 cities in the 7-county metro area and 700 cities in the state of Minnesota. As we became a city in 2021, we became the 855th city in the state of Minnesota. We are the 7th largest, we are the 8th city in Scott County. We are the 7th largest city in Scott County. So we are the second smallest is the other way of looking at that one. But we cover 24 square miles in eastern Scott County. Only Shakopee has more square miles in within their corporate city limits than Credit River. Otherwise, we are the 2nd largest city in Scott County by square miles. Just kind of something as we look at our needs and what we're looking at, some good information to kind of keep in the back of our mind. Just initial net tax capacity estimates. We've received the initial estimate from Scott County. Looking at next year, our net tax capacity is looking at 16.8 million right now, which is an increase of 1.25 million over last year's. That is the 4th largest net tax capacity in Scott County. So only the cities with larger net tax capacities than Credit River is Shakopee, Savage, and Prior Lake.
So is that increase based on market value estimates by the county? Is that where they get that
Yes.
from?
Yeah, that's based
So
on.
about an 8% increase, is that roughly 8%? Or is that for 35? Well, I'm just wondering, so they're predicting an 8% property value increase next year. Okay.
So, like I said, look at our net tax capacity, 16.8 million. We are the 4th in line in Scott County for the largest net tax capacity. And our tax rate at 17.09% is the lowest tax rate in Scott County. So we go forward, just kind of talking about some of the things that we'll be doing as we get into the 2025 budget planning. Staffing, this is one of the pieces that we looked at in 2023 as we looked at the budget. And one of my initial tasks from the council when I started was to kind of do a staffing analysis. We'll be updating that needs analysis based on current operations, project needs and prioritizations, and guidance on the topics discussed tonight. And we'll be bringing back some of that updated analysis with staffs and with contractor analysis needs. So that's just kind of one of the processes that will be part of this that staff will be working on. Personnel, we've heard talk about the compensation study. So we'd be working on obtaining quotes for a compensation and classification study so that we can do that. That was part of our personnel, our discussion on compensation philosophy was doing a compensation study. So we'll obtain some quotes for that to see if we want to include that in the 2025 budget. And then 2025 wage options. I think I'm gonna kind of want to stop as we're looking at this and going through it and kind of, we talked about moving to a performance-based system. So 2025 wage options, just kind of figure out how we want to move forward. Do we want us to budget to follow the grade and step scale until the compensation study is complete and a performance-based pay system is established? You want to prioritize this performance evaluation system and performance-based pay system over the other projects on the project list to get that implemented before 2025? Or do you want to obtain a quote for contractor support to help us establish the performance-based pay system in 2025? Kind of looking in that impacts how we do our wage planning for next year. Just kind of seeing what what your timeline guidance is. I know we've got the project list that we can look at. The list is long, and if we're not moving work toward public works on top of that list, prioritizing that performance evaluation system in 2025, since there's no money in the budget for it, would mean that would be my work. And we've got to work on reprioritizing things if we're gonna do that. So just kind of would like to hear some thoughts on how you'd like to proceed on it. If you want me to go through the whole thing and then we can come back to these, we can work that way as well through this.
I'd like to propose that we establish a subcommittee of the board and staff and go and work on the budget this year. And I'd be willing to volunteer as being one of those subcommittee members and to go through all this stuff and then report it to the full city council. I mean, I have my own ideas. For example, next year, I don't want the levy to go more than the levy increase to be more than inflation, whatever that is. And that's our starting point. And then we work on how do we keep how do we keep within that in that level of expense. That's what I want to do. I don't know if we want to talk through all these things tonight, because it's already 9:15, but and I think we need to have a vision on what we want to do in the city before we start doing this budget. I really do.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I'm here, Bill.
Say, use my sidekick tonight here. But it's good sense of that. Anyhow. All I get to say.
Okay. All right, Wade, any issues with handling it that way?
If that's council's decision, it's going to take time. If council's decision is you want to set a levy, you want to set a maximum levy, and then we're going to build a budget to it, we can work on doing that. We can absolutely work on doing that. I can tell you, when I started, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna sound a little frustrated, but I am a little frustrated right now at this point in time with all of this. But when I started, council told me you wanted to move forward, you wanted strategic planning, and you wanted to kind of build this out. At this point in time, we had reactionary planning. That is how the township was working, it was how the city was working. And I got the impression you wanted to move to more strategic base. This year we had multiple things. Keep saying you want the community visioning done, you had the option to do it, we had the money in the budget to do it, we had the money in the budget to do some master planning with the parks, so we could figure out where we wanted to go strategically and build things out to map that and use that as our goals. That's the budget I built for you in 24. Every decision we've made so far in 2024 has countered that budget and has countered from doing kind of the strategic planning of where we want to go, including bringing on public works to help us kind of build that strategic planning to get us to where we need to go, so we can make sure that we're maintaining our assets efficiently instead of reacting to maintenance, which is always more cost effective if we do and we operate in that manner. Sometimes you have to spend the money to be able to get on top of it. But if the conscious direction is you want a budget philosophy to remain reactionary and not with forethought and planning, we can build that budget. I just need to know that, because then that's going to continue on this cycle of the budget that we built prior to my coming here, before 2024's budget, and we can take out the work on the planning side of all of this. I just need to know where you want to go. And it doesn't take a council body to help guide us, but if council wants to take on the budget planning, there are certain deadlines that you have to make, so we need to work towards making that and getting that input. But my goal is tell me what you want, because what I heard you wanted when I started to work here for this city
was you wanted to help lay out the groundwork to lay a plan for how we accomplish what we want to do. And, you know, that included the strategic planning, that included some master planning. What I've heard, every decision that we've made since then has been, we don't want to do that. So if we want to be reactionary, you know, that can be the easier answer to all of this, is if we want to build a reactionary budget that has an artificial cap of saying, this is all we want to spend, and we're going to figure out how we do it, we can wicker that budget down, and we can do that. And we will have a set amount that we can manage to respond to citizens' complaints. So if I go on to the next one, code enforcement. You heard the complaint tonight about code enforcement during open forum. Well, right now we have reactive code enforcement based on complaints. We can send a letter to them, but we don't have the manning, the staffing, or the time to move forward. The nuisance code and the administrative court citation ordinance are on our project list of things that we're working to get to you. But we haven't had the time to get all that done because we have limited staffing to do it. Believe it or not, this is very limited staffing to run and operate a city and accomplish all these things. So if we want to continue reactionary, then I would say we continue to service as we're currently handling. It's reactionary, it's complaint based. As we have time, we will get out there, we will look at it, we will investigate it, we will send a letter. If you want to move it forward a step, then it's reactive with a prioritized effort on investigation and follow up. That takes more staffing, takes more time, it takes more administrative money, it takes more legal money, because then we're following through and we're taking more steps and we're taking more action, and you're looking at administrative citations or code enforcement through misdemeanor citations. That takes more. If we know that we want to do this, then we build the budget. If we have a cap, then we're probably, and we're saying we don't want to go above this, then we're probably going to continue on with this service as we're currently handling. Your next level of service, which is top level on code enforcement, is to get to a proactive system where you're out doing routine inspections and notices. I don't believe we want to go that far, but all of those have impacts. Like I said, if you want to continue with a cap and we look forward, then that's fine. I'll continue this as we're currently servicing and handling. And it cuts down my costs or my time in trying to put this budget together. So.
Leroy.
Question for the attorney. Is there something wrong with a councilman going out, knocking on the door and on this code enforcement like we used to do?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Shellman, yes, a council member and elected official should not be in that role. It definitely needs to be someone independent of the council who ultimately might be sitting in a position as sort of an appellate body reviewing the actions that staff has made in code enforcement. So staff does code enforcement, citizen can complain to you as a body about how that code enforcement is going. So you need to be removed from the process.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, council. Comments, questions? How do you want to move forward?
I gave you my suggestion.
I think it was a good suggestion. I also like the idea of starting in the budget. Yeah, or at least an idea of where we want to.
Yeah, I'm not inflexible. If we find something we have to do, we have to do it. But I want to start with a goal that we're not going to increase the levy by more than the rate of inflation. Because I don't want us to have the first round of the budget being a 25% levy increase or 22%, whatever it was in August. Whittle it down to 9%. After a lot of like pushing to get it down to that. And
So we need to go back then and redo some priorities then.
Maybe.
okay.
That's what it sounds like.
But as far as the strategic, right? I don't need a $25,000 strategic plan. I thought what we budgeted for was for some dollars to do a vision statement, not to get a consultant's $25,000 deck. I don't want that. Well, that was Parks was another one. That was 10, no, the Parks was 10. I didn't ever ask for a Parks one either.
No, but the residents have.
Well,
I've seen I've seen one resident that has requested.
That we could do citizen groups. We could have some input. We have a really good citizen group. that we
Right.
have. They gave us a good survey. We refused to look at it. Or some of us did. I thought it was a good survey. And, you know, we should get this thing out. And, you know, then we don't have a room full of people that are angry.
Chris, I'm hearing citizens that are upset. We're going too fast. We're spending a lot of money, whether we are or not, it's one thing, but I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to listen to what I hear, okay? And it seems that we're creating all these projects and all these projects are gonna cost money. And I don't think I hear people wanting those projects. So I noticed tonight, all of these projects, I mean, it's a lot of stuff there.
But what we should do is go back, you know, if we're gonna do the code enforcement. Then somebody spoke here tonight, that goes back to August. You know, we have an issue with that and we're not looking any better.
Right. I mean, did we update the ordinance? I know, Kathy, you don't do that. I thought the attorneys do that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's your function.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Marker, updating the nuisance ordinance and a new administrative citation code are in my box. not
Okay.
In Kathy's. box.
Okay. So we are working on that.
Okay.
All right.
That's correct.
Yeah. And that's what we told the citizen. That's what we're doing. So.
So that's getting done.
Yeah.
So,
We could talk about staffing and contractor need analysis. That can be, you talk about that, but. I think we need a goal though. We need something to start with.
Well, I think that's walking through priorities of what we as a council would like to see.
Okay, so.
And if we're not all in alignment on that, then it's pretty hard to get to the next step of putting anything in a budget.
Okay,
And if our goals are different from what they were before, then that's what we need to let staff know before we do any budget work.
okay.
Looking to continue, Mayor? Or do you want to walk through any more of it or not? I know you're flipping through it up here on the pages, so we can walk through it so the community can see it and hear it as well, or?
Yeah, let's keep going through this list and then consider what our next steps are after that we're done.
So we had code enforcement, talked about public works. Some of the options was to look at and talk about is do we want to continue an implementation plan? If so, then we'll be reviewing and updating the equipment planning. Radios is just another thing that it triggered my thoughts just for emergency communication capability. Just kind of put that on there to, at some point in time, that goes into equipment planning based off the staff, and then we'll be reviewing, updating the staffing plan. Public Works Director, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Getting contractor support / staff, depending on how we want to move forward there. That's really looking at your project management, your water system metering infrastructure, getting somebody working on that. Kind of overseeing and project managing the water wastewater planning. And CSTS operations. And then helping us with the funding assistance identifications and applications. So we don't find ourselves in the position we're in right at the moment where we missed a PPL deadline and we're now having to backtrack and try and get into those areas. You know, kind of budget impacts as we looked at that is, you know, how much money do we have for contractor budgeting, for project funding, staff planning and the CIP development, helping us look at what's going on to that CIP. How do we get on top of all of the infrastructure we have out there, getting regular and routine maintenance and needs identified. So that's an area that we need to kind of look at. What are we doing? Let's go. Government Center, wanted to have a discussion looking at how do we want to start building revenues for future construction?
This is just hypothetical, just here to kind of show how it's typically done within a government setting to build for a construction project like this. You would start adding money to your levy. So say in 2025, and like I said, this is purely hypothetical, easy whole numbers to make math simple here. $100,000 added to a levy in 2025. That would go into your reserve fund in 2026. You add another $100,000 to your levy in 2027. Say it's another 100,000, and say hypothetically 2027 is your bonding year. So that means for 2028's budget, you already have a $300,000 in your levy that you can then transfer over to pay your your debt service levy. So it's there for your bond, instead of in 2028 when you start your bonding, you have to raise a $300,000 levy to pay your bond payments. So typically that's how you would see it. You would see the gradual increase in trying to build towards whatever your levy need is going to be for your bond payments. In the meantime, those funds are coming in 25. There's 100,000 in 26. You're going to add 200,000 to your reserve funding. In 27, you'd add 300,000 to your reserve funding, giving you, say, in 27, when you're doing your bond, you would have in essence a $600,000 in reserves that could go toward your down payment and go towards your construction costs and be able to lower your bond payment. 2024's budget, we preliminarily had $40,000 in the budget in our levy to start building towards that eventual levy amount for a construction project based off the fact that we were looking to construct. Based off of the decision then with final budget for the 2024 final budget to use money from the general fund reserves to pay for the general fund stuff in order to lower our levy in 2024. That 40,000 came out, so we don't have the building blocks started for construction for the government center. So kind of, I said here, target date for construction. That's not to set a firm date, but if we're looking at doing a typical build to build your levy up to be able to pay for the construction costs, and in the interim time, also putting money into the reserves to provide that down payment. You have a house you want to buy, you start putting money away on a monthly basis to get to the point where you can buy your house and you have some down payment. That's kind of what we're looking at here. So if we're looking at doing that, what are we looking at for construction? Where do we, last year on the CIP, we put construction in 2025. If we're looking at construction in 2025, then we would have to do a pretty substantial levy increase to get us to get to that bonding. If we're going to say now we're going to look at a construction out beyond 2025, then you could look at a more gradual increase into something. We know we still don't have a final building number. We've got some numbers that we're starting with, and that gives us an idea of, we're building to a $300,000 mark, as this example would show. It gives us a target to start working for as we're building our budgets. So that's that, and this impacts our reserve planning and how we levy and build for a future bond. But that sample is the way you're going to find most cities are going to tackle building for a construction project, so they don't have to levy $300,000 all at once.
Well, I'm not sure that the taxpayers and citizens of the city have a problem with all of a sudden getting hit with a big increase.
Right.
Do something.
You explain, as long as you explain, right.
And what it is and what it's been. So, it's
I always want to pay late,
Yeah, I mean,
as long as I know it's coming.
right, as long as you know that they gotta pay it and why.
Yeah.
And if we can get behind that, I think it's more important to probably find the property. Figure that out, find a piece of property that everybody wants us to build on, rather than everything else. And then we can make the plans of what we need, and then we can actually go through the stuff and figure out what we truly need.
Yeah.
This isn't, it's not just a wish list if I want to build a city. I think we should really try to have something for an immediate vision would be right on the front page. Tax rate 17.09, lowest city in Scott County. I think that should be our vision to start with tonight, that we should take home. And that's where we should be trying to keep it there. And I do like Bill's thing where it's just like, we don't get any higher than inflation. So we need to figure out where stuff goes. You know, we still have plenty of reserves. You can push some of the reserves towards buying the property. Obviously, the people are gonna want us to pay, what I get out of this, they want us to buy the expensive land. And then we're gonna have to figure out how to get around a comp plan amendment and everything else to do it. But we ought to really look there. We ought to make a serious effort, put it where they think it belongs, and then we should explain to them how much more it's gonna cost them to do that. And I think they would probably be behind that. So, you know, I mean, there's, yeah, as long as it's not in everybody's backyard.
Yeah, as long as
Because
it's
that's
not
all I
there.
heard, is that their backyard. They can put it in my backyard.
I'll
But they
pay
gotta finish
more,
the-
Jay. I'll pay more.
Yeah,
Okay, so we don't want to do any build for the government center in 2025's budget. We'll,
unless we're gonna spend it. And I think we should, but I think.
Well,
we
I think
should-
that's something the building committee is gonna
Yeah.
work on.
I think so. And then I think what we need to do though is we need to probably say, we gotta put a bookmarker out there for 2025 or 2026, that it's gonna be this much. That's the way I would kind of look at it. Obviously, we don't have enough money in our budget to pay for a piece of land, you know, at 600,000. It's gonna have to come from somewhere. So, you know,
we have 800,000 budgeted for the project.
that's not gonna buy it either. We know that. I think we all know it's gonna cost a lot more. It's probably gonna buy a couple acres.
Maybe that's all we need.
Yeah, and maybe that's all we need. Maybe we need to look at putting it someplace where we can get sorted.
Just capital improvement plan steps we be taken is reviewing the program to reviewing the street improvement program to try and minimize the swings in the budget. Right now, we've got big swings, and usually your goal set is to try and levelize that, so you don't have to jump it all over the place all the time. So that was something that would be in the planning. Stormwater, really that was getting the public works employee to start locating, inspecting, and establishing a maintenance plan. So minus having the public works employee to do that, we're just, if there's no locations that need repairs, we have 2 of them in the budget for this year, but nobody right at the moment to do the work on them. So public safety, no real plans for public safety for 2025. We've got the speed wagon in the budget for this year, or speed signs. Once again, to get at some point in time, get going. Parks, we had master planning that's not being completed to build the CIP, so really capital improvement plan if there's something you want in there. Otherwise, I know we budgeted 100,000 in 2022. There was no plan, no money was spent. There was 100,000 budgeted in 23, no plan, no money spent. 24, we had money for the master planning, and then for some park improvement based off what we came in with the master planning. So right now if there's a plan, something that we want to work on, we can work on that one. But if there's guidance on what you want to do, we can build it. But we don't have that going at this point in time.
I would say my suggestion on the parks would be, we're gonna have a meeting in each one of the parks this summer with the neighborhoods that are there. We should probably add a question, what they would like done with their parks. And each local, and let them tell us, and, you know, we could probably figure something out. It sounds like we got enough money to do something for it. That'd be my suggestion.
And the goal is, you know, master plan was looking at is it just maintain the 4 neighborhood parks and use all the park dedication fees to maintain just the 4 neighborhood parks, or do you build a community park somewhere? And that's part of the question there too, is do we look towards a community park? Or is the park dedication fees?
We have 2 regional parks in Credit River. And if we do a regional, our own park, then we're gonna have to have a park director. To me, we just add expense.
Right.
A park doesn't take a park director, but that's one of the questions is, you know, you have park dedication fees you've collected from lots all across the city. Do you use those strictly to maintain the 4 neighborhood parks? Or do you use them to do something more community based? And that's, you know, as we look at capital improvement plan, like I said, kind of looking out, what do we do and what do we want? And then if there's any capital project budgets you wanted to analyze for the budget.
We have parks and trails, so we have trails, and I know we're gonna get whacked with some more costs on maintaining the county's trails and our roads. Since we're a city now.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor and Council, there's a term that's being used, I think colloquially, but legally speaking, park dedication fees can't be used for maintenance purposes. They have to be used for capital projects.
Okay. What about playground, adding a playground, new playground into it?
That can be a capital project.
Okay.
Capital project.
So I think that's where we just
We can't get it,
put for the summer.
we can't get property for a public works building, let alone park. God's sake.
And then it was just looking at the project list, and we have more on it that we're going to get accomplished in 24, and several of those are long-term projects. And just kind of discuss prioritization. That goes back to like that performance plan. Where do we want time being spent? And then you see the list of projects that we have going. Most of these are needs based off of everything that's going on in the community. But if there's additional projects, councils wants us to consider adding into the list and into budget planning for 2025. Getting an idea of what that may be so that we can look at what's the staffing and contractor needs analysis, what's the money needed for the project, and start working with it. Otherwise, we had kickoff discussion for tonight, June and July staff meetings and begin working on budget, putting together all this stuff internally with staff. August 5th, being able to bring stuff to the council meeting to discuss specific budget items, to get feedback. And then we'd have August 19th, a preliminary budget work session. Some policy level decisions would be set there to, for the preliminary budget. And September 16th, preliminary levy resolution would need to be adopted to set the maximum levy amount. Really, the goal should be close to being that, you know, ideally you're close to that 95% on that final budget at that point in time. And then September 30th, preliminary levies due to Scott County. October, November, we make minor adjustments to the budgets and we prepare our CSTS budgets. And then December 2nd for the truth and taxation meeting and final budget and levy approved. Really, December 2nd, ideally would be truth and taxation meeting and the final budget and levy approved. With the 16th as an alternate if we needed to make any adjustments based off that meeting. And that would be kind of the budget schedule.
All right,
We'll start working on that, Mayor, Council.
all right. Item 7.8, year-end transfers. Who's got that one?
I can handle it.
Thank you.
Year-end transfers, at the end of every year, you do, it's typical that you make the transfers to kind of set up your funds and put everything in a good spot where you want them to be. After the budget is approved, I'm sorry, I'm finding my document right at the moment so I can talk to it. So we looked at the year-end transfers that we needed for this year from 2023 to put us into 2024. The recommended transfers that we have would be to transfer out of the general fund the $614,000. That reflects the ARPA funds that we receipted in 2023 as taking the standard allocation, applying the ARPA funds to basically general government expenses that placed them into the general fund. And so now we will take a corresponding amount of money out of the general fund and move it to, the recommendation is to move that down to the capital fund and to assign that to the government center land purchase. That's been, the recommendation there is on the government center land purchases. That's been what we've been saying we're going to utilize those funds for, I believe, quite some time. Definitely since I've been here, that's what I've heard. So that's is moving it that direction. Just kind of I guess I'll back up a little bit. Unassigned means they're free to be used for anything. Assigned can always be changed. Assigned and committed funds can always be changed. They are not strictly for that. Council can change their designation at any point in time. Restricted funds cannot be changed. They are restricted to be utilized for a certain purpose. So also in the general fund, then you see restricted public safety funds. Those are funds that we received that we budgeted for 2024. They did come in at the end of 2023 from the state. Those are restricted to be utilized for public safety. Budget in there, planning to use part of them in 2024's budget and use part of them in 2025's budget, help offsetting fund increases that we see coming in as we look at our public safety contract costs. Next one we had on there is the road and bridge fund. So the 201, that's $1.3 million total. That is currently in two categories, which is committed to roads and bridges and then assigned for roads and bridges. We've stopped using the road and bridge fund. That was a township fund. Cities do not use that fund. And so 2024, it's no longer being budgeted in. And since we have the audited balance for the 2023, now we can take those funds and transfer them out of road and bridge and be able to close the road and bridge fund. So the recommendation is showing there is taking the committed roads and bridge money from roads and bridge and moving it down to committed roads in the capital fund, the assigned roads, moving it down to the assigned roads in the capital fund as well. I will jump down to the capital fund, I guess, at this point in time and kind of go over that one. You see, we moved the committed down and transferring that into committed roads. That puts $1.5 million in the capital fund that's being committed for road improvement projects. Assigned roads, moving the just over $1 million down into that, put that total at 1.3 million. Instead of having basically $2.8 million either committed or assigned for road projects in the capital fund, that gives you no funding that's unassigned. And so you have like some stormwater projects and so forth, that even in 24 was looking at some reserve funding to help pay for. So would be recommended that we free up some of that from the committed or assigned to roads and put some of it to unassigned. We put in here to transfer that assigned roads, the 1.3 million, putting $1 million of it assigned to the government center to hold as a down payment for a government center at some point in time, or could potentially be used for additional funding that's needed for the land, but to be used for the project in some way, shape, or form for the government center. And then putting the $364,000 as unassigned in the capital funds to be able to be utilized for different capital projects other than just roads. Going back up, you see the debt service is receiving the $323,000 from the 2021 road project. Those are restricted funds, and the from the 2020 basically bond extras from the 2021 road project. That is restricted and must be moved into the debt service fund. And once that's complete, the 2021 road project is complete and that fund can be closed once we transfer those out. It's kind of the logic behind them. I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Council members, questions, comments?
Yes. So help me understand the road and bridges fund. When I look at our annual report, the annual report says the road and bridge fund accounts for resources accumulated and payments made related to road maintenance and snow removal. So to me, that's the fund that was, you'd have your receipts coming in and your expenditures going out related to that work. Is that fair? It was for road maintenance and it was for snow removal. Not capital projects, but maintenance on roads and snow removal. And it's about $500,000 a year. I don't believe it's fair to move that money to a capital projects. I know you can do it. You told me we can do it. So there's no issue from the accounting rules perspective, but if we've collected taxes to pay for road maintenance and for snow removal, my preference is keeping it in the general fund and using it for future road maintenance or snow removal, because that's what we collected the money for. We didn't collect it to years ago. We built up a fund balance of $1 million or whatever. It hasn't changed all that much in the last 5 years or so that I went back. To me, that should stay in the general fund, and we use that as a reserve for our general fund expenditures. And we find the government center money elsewhere. Because we even say it in our financial statements, that's what we use it for. That's what the fund was for. We also put in the August 21st budget workshop meeting that we had last year, the presentation deck said road and bridge fund now collapsed in general. It doesn't say fund, in general. I assume we missed the word fund. Yeah, in the general fund per auditor recommendation. So to me, that was the auditor said, yeah, move it to the general fund. So I think we should leave it in the general fund. I'm not talking about the 600,000, as long as you're comfortable, Kathy, that the 600,000 or 614 can be used for land acquisition. Because I looked at the ARPA final rule and I saw government services, but it really, I had a trouble understanding how land acquisition is government services as opposed to services government gives. Now, there was land you could acquire to do low-income housing, but it wasn't to acquire land to do a government center. But if we're comfortable with.
We applied it under a different rule under the ARPA rules.
Well, the standard allowance allows you to spend the money for government services. But
we used it for revenue replacement.
Okay.
So we're, so that's
right.
Open to whatever we want to use it for.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. As long as we're comfortable with that, that's fine. That was my question, one of my questions. But when it comes to the 1 point, whatever, the 1.3.
1.3.
Right. And actually, I think you told me it doesn't reconcile to the end of the year because the 400,000 is remaining somewhere, the 400,000 right turn lane.
The roll up in the audit is 201, 203, and 204.
Yeah.
And that is the road and bridge, what you're seeing there, the 1.3, and then it's
Well, the
turn
road,
lanes and basically development fees
right.
that have been collected that are in those. So those are restricted accounts, and those won't move.
Those are restricted. Okay. They're restricted or committed.
Turn and bypass.
The bypass lane can't be restricted, can it? Or is it?
Yeah, because it's.
Because it was bonded.
It's
or-
not,
oh,
it's
got
development
it.
funds that were collected to
Got it.
build turn and bypass.
No, that makes sense. All right. So, I don't agree with doing that one piece, the 1.3, that should stay in the general fund, in my opinion.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna agree with Bill.
Okay, will somebody make a motion with that amendment to the resolution then?
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, to remove the transfer of 1 million plus 364,000. No. What is it? Okay, yeah, it's 1335794. I'd like to recommend that remains, and that gets transferred out of the road and bridge fund and moved to the general fund.
So you're gonna make a resolution to pass, you're gonna make a motion to pass resolution 2024-21 with the modification of.
Taking the road and bridge fund amount of 1335794, transferring it out of that fund and move it into the general fund under unassigned.
Okay. Got a motion?
Second.
Second by Jay. Motion and second to approve resolution 2024-21 with the adjustment to the allocation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right, anybody have any council member updates, staff or council member updates?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Dust coating was completed Wednesday, so hopefully everybody on the gravel roads are happy. Yes. With only, they have one complaint and they're only upset for a little while. They're over it now. I think.
So they wouldn't dig their flowers up that are in the road right
Hey,
away.
it's in the middle of the cul-de-sac. At least they dug the flower out.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I watched the scale meeting last week and I think everybody ought to see if we can get a link to them so they can all watch it too.
Yeah, it was just posted on cybersecurity. It's a good watch if you got some time.
Oh, on the Hickory Hills didn't get done because the semi couldn't turn around.
Oh,
So the straight trucks coming out whenever they get the parts will knock the transmission out of it, so.
okay.
Hopefully next week that will get.
Sounds good. At this time, the city council will meet in closed session pursuant to Minnesota State Statute 13D05. Subdivision 3C to discuss the purchase of a permanent easement and a portion of parcel 0490700013. That means you don't need to go home, but you can't stay here.
Good keys. All right.